Good afternoon. Today is February 22nd. Welcome to the hearings for the Ways and Means Committee. First, we will call House Bill 733, Delegate Hill, and you have one virtual witness.
Touch it, right? I should touch it? Okay. Our committee, we're not allowed to touch anything. Anyway, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Terry Hill, and I'm here to present two bills. The first is House Bill 733, which is Youth Sports Advisory Commission. It's really very simple. We here in Maryland are very excited to have a wide range of organized sports that our young people participate in, from the very earliest, whether it's swimming or t-ball, which I did have one parent describe as watching grass grow, or organized. And I know the chair had her Super Bowl winning son and team down here just a couple of days ago. So clearly we understand that there's great value in encouraging our kids to be as physically fit and involved in athletics as possible. That being said, one of the things that we also do is through the Maryland State Athletic Association, I'm trying to get the correct name, we regulate and give advice about what should happen to our athletes and how they should be cared for at the high school level. So with the MOU, with the State Department of Education, we have an organization of professionals that look at our youth and come up with everything from what kind of forms they should fill out and how the people around them, the coaches and things, should be trained in heat and heat injury, heat stroke, head injuries, and all that kind of stuff. The problem is we don't do anything in an organized fashion for the younger kids. So the 3-year-olds, the 7-year-olds, the 10-year-olds, whatever safety regulations are set up for them are set up based on whatever league they're playing in. And in some jurisdictions, they follow certain rules, and even if they're doing organized sports with a national association, so Pop Warner Football, they're going to follow the rules that Pop Warner sets up, and that's an excellent organization. Gymnastics, maybe not so much organization, but the thing is that children are not just little adults, and the things that are appropriate for a 7-year-old in terms of how you would monitor for heat stroke, how you would monitor for head injury, how you would monitor for overuse, are very different than when you're dealing with a 15 or 16-year-old. So what 733 does is it would simply set up a youth sports advisory commission with no authority other than to assemble some experts in sports and pediatrics and injuries and ask them to meet and look at the most current information, science, and data, and make recommendations to our youth sport organizations around the state as to what best practices might look like. And those organizations on their own could then choose to adopt those protocols and procedures or not. And the commission would sunset after about 5 years. And it really is that simple. It's that this is just a way for us to take a look at our youngest athletes and to make sure that we're doing the best we can and making sure that they stay as safe as possible. So that's essentially what the bill does.
Okay, let's see if Nicole Sherry is here with us virtually for 2 minutes. Hi, Ms. Sherry, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Atterbury and members of the House Ways and Means Committee. For the record, my name is Nicole Sherry, and I am here today representing the Mid-Atlantic Sports Field Managers Association. I am the past president of MASMA and the Senior Director of Field Operations for your Baltimore Orioles. The Mid-Atlantic Sports Field Management Association is an organization that is composed of sports field managers and workers from Maryland, Delaware, Washington, D.C., and Northern Virginia. For the committee's consideration and review, we have also submitted our written testimony, and I am here to answer any questions that you may have. As a supporter of this legislation last session, we would like to take this opportunity to thank the bill's sponsor for reintroducing it. Our organizations support the passage of HB 733 entitled Youth Sports Safety Advisory Commission. As written, this bill would establish a Youth Sports Safety Advisory Commission to study and make recommendations to minimize injury risk for youth athletes using evidence-based practices. Over the last couple of years, MASMA has created and distributed a best management practices BMP manual. One of the focuses of the BMP manual is to highlight industry-specific practices to ensure the safety of the community by helping both managers and workers keep fields safe and playable for athletes of all ages, from children to professionals. MASPA supports HB 733 because it is taking a serious look on maximizing safety for youth athletes. Having a member of MASMA on the committee will help ensure that all aspects of the player safety are taken into consideration. For these reasons, we respectfully request your support for House Bill 733 and urge a favorable report from this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Delegate Hill or witness? Yes, Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate Hill, for bringing this. I actually think this is an incredibly important bill. I've seen evidence of it in my own kids sports and their own kids' lives. So my question is, how do you, I saw where the report would be going, but how do you envision it going to the younger sports leagues where they have the information? Right. Because like I said, we have a lot of the information available already as far as heat and lightning and all that, but they're not taking advantage of it. So how do you?
Right. So I would expect that after it gets reported, that if there were additional information that that first of all would be publicly available, and that a youth sports organization would be encouraged to use it. I have deliberately tried not to be or put anything requiring that anyone act, including the General Assembly. And that's because in the several years that I have been advocating for us to be more proactive in how we care for these youngest athletes, what has been very clear is that organized sport is very concerned that this is a backdoor way of forcing them to do things that they don't want to do. And as the experts, they are very confident that everything that they're doing is the safest that it can possibly be, and they're not interested in new information coming from outsiders, which is how I'm perceived. And so, so what would really be up if this were legislation that this committee chose to take up, and if you, as a committee, felt that there were some more definitive things that you would want to see happen, I think I would leave it up to you at your discretion to decide what that should look like. But I would add, Delegate Miller, since you raised it, that 60% of organized sports injuries happen at practice, right? And 40% happen to kids between the ages of 5 and 14, and that's a lot. And we even see overuse injuries down to the age of 6 and 7. So again, I don't think it's a lot to ask that we take a second to look at what we allow and do for our kids and see if we can do it better. It's not about stopping them from playing. It's just trying to see if we can be a little bit more responsible. And I think that that if that information is out there, and maybe that we look back and say, hey, we're doing everything right, there's nothing to change, that would be great. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the testimony on House Bill 733. Delegate Hill, House Bill 734, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. House Bill 734, Youth Sports Programs, Registrations, Personnel, and Policy. This is another safety bill. It's focused on our kids under the high school level, where we do incredible work around how we protect those young athletes, but the youngest one a little bit less so. And again, part of the issue is that at the high school level, even if it's a community sport or it's a private sports league, they have guidelines because they tend to follow the rules that are set up by the MPS AA for organized sports in schools. So there's, interscholastic games and all kinds of leagues, and so it makes it really easy. But we also know that some of our sports leagues, some of our rec and parks, they do things that others don't. So many sports leagues, I think actually the majority of them, have some kind of background check on the coaches and the people who are taking care of the kids. I know in Howard County, the Rec and Parks Association requires that their coaches, assistant coaches, trainers, whoever is dealing with the youth, actually have a photo ID like we have here, and they're not allowed on the field or the court if they're not wearing it. So they want to know that the people who are out there with the young people are the people they're supposed to be. They also make sure that they get some basic training, not just on head injury and concussions, but also on heat, stroke, cardiac conditions and things of that sort. And so what this bill does, 734, is it takes the best practices of sports leagues around the state and says that, again, for youth under the age of 14, these are the practices that we expect every sports league to do. We expect you to do background checks on the people who are going to be around our kids. We expect you to keep a registry of your folks. It doesn't have to be anything formal or expensive. They keep registries of the coaches and the officials and all that anyway. We expect you to have a photo ID, so when someone walks onto the track, you know that that's an official who's supposed to be there. We want you to make sure that there's some basic training that those people who are around our kids for practice, those people who are around our kids during meets and games, understand the signs of heat illness, understand what the signs of concussions are, understand about basic child safety and overuse, that they have that, so when the kids are experiencing injuries either in practice or at risk of it, that the people who we're tasking with helping us to take care of our kids actually have some background information. And for the most part, this training is easily available. I did it myself about 3 years ago. It costs about $5 online. And I just don't think that's a lot to ask. It seems kind of the minimal thing that we can ask of the people who are entrusting our kids to. And that's the bill.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Delegate Hill. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 734. House Bill 740, Delegate Grice.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. We'll start with House Bill 740, Education Accountability and Implementation Board. This is a bill that this committee saw last year, and what it does, it addresses the concern about regional and geographic diversity on our AIB board. And so what it does is it adds, or it expands the membership for that board from 7 to 11. And then what it does is it guarantees at least one member on the board will be from Western Maryland, which according to the bill consists of Allegheny, Carroll, Frederick, Garrett, and Washington counties. One member from Southern Maryland, which will consist of Calvert, Charles, and St. Mary's counties. One member resident from the Eastern Shore, which consists of Caroline, Cecil, Dorchester, Kent, Queen Anne, Somerset, Talbot, Wicomico, and Worcester counties. And one member each from the 5 jurisdictions from the largest student populations. And that should cover the entire state geographically. And as you all know, many of us sat through the blueprint. Many of us sat through a lot of other hearings in regards to our public school system. And in many cases, one size doesn't fit all, and it's critically important. Not only do we have racial diversity, it's also very, very critical too that we have representation from all over the state, and that's what this bill will address. And I hope that the committee will give us a favorable report, and we can send it over to the Senate.
Thank you. Any questions? Delegate Hornberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill. As a resident of the Eastern Shore and someone who did sit in on, the blueprint and all the things that have gone along with Kerwin, that was one of the things that I felt got omitted. In terms of, we talk about a lot of inclusiveness, diversity, equity from across the state. I mean, do you think that this residency requirement will add to the overall input and diversity of the board when these important decisions are being made?
Yeah, I mean, of course. Like I said, one size in many cases doesn't fit all, and many of the needs in the rural areas doesn't necessarily coincide with the needs of suburban Maryland or urban Maryland as well. And I think for us to, if we're going to pass legislation, that we pass the best pieces of legislation we possibly can, and we just certainly don't omit, perspectives, from other parts of the state. And I want to add one more thing, if I could, sure. Madam Chair. This bill. It doesn't do anything in regards to the fact that it's still all these positions will be appointed by the governor, so they're not elected positions. So I'm guessing this process will probably be recommendation from the central committees, probably from the political side that the governor is on, in regards to how these appointees will be decided upon too. So this bill does not change that process at all.
Yeah, and then one more question, if I may. I know that directly to my south, Kent County, they have a unique situation where they only have one high school in the entire county. Those sort of geography challenges happen nowhere else in our state. So it's really important that those folks have a voice too when these impactful decisions are being made. Isn't that so?
That is that is so. Thank you.
Any other questions for Delegate Grice? Okay, thank you. There is Maddie Long signed up to testify unfavorable.
Am I good? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Maddie Long, here on behalf of Strong Schools Maryland. I am here today to respectfully oppose House Bill 740. On the surface, this bill seems to promote equal representation on the Accountability and Implementation Board. However, when you dive deeper into the bill and existing law, you can see that is both unnecessary and potentially harmful. The law requires that the board must generally consist of 7 individuals who collectively reflect the geographic, racial, ethnic, cultural, and gender diversity of the state and have a high level of knowledge and expertise in various education policy areas. It does not prohibit any candidate from Western Maryland, Southern Maryland, or the Eastern Shore to apply. The Fiscal and Policy Note lays this out simply. In 2021, there were only 43 valid applications to initially fill board positions, only one of which was from Southern Maryland. No one from Western Maryland or the Eastern Shore applied. This bill would add 4 additional members to the AIB, effectively placing value on geographical representation at the cost of potentially less experienced folks and more politically polarizing system of choosing members of the board. By opposing this, we are in no way invalidating the importance of voices from these regions. The Fiscal and Policy Note, nor the AIB Nominating Committee announcement from 2021, cited in the Fiscal and Policy Note, do not explain the reasons for the lack of geographical diversity within the first pool of applicants. However, if awareness and accessibility was a factor, Strong Schools hopes to be a partner with the AIB and the state in the future to promote board vacancies, like the one open right now, and encourage qualified candidates to apply from any region in the state. For these reasons, we respectfully oppose this bill and urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. And that concludes the testimony on House Bill 740. House Bill 621, Delegate Guyton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Friends on the Ways and Means Committee, extended family now. I think we're all very tight. I am here, Delegate Michelle Guyton from District 42B, Baltimore County, to ask for your consideration of House Bill 621. Right. This bill requires that the Division of Rehabilitation Services, DOORS, which you heard about a lot last year, that actually resides in the Maryland State Department of Education. It requires them to post publicly the total number of open cases in the division's caseload and update these numbers monthly. So last year, this committee passed a bill which established a work group to increase the efficiency and effectiveness of the Division of Rehabilitation Services. And this is one of the 3 bills that I will bring this year from the preliminary report of that work group. And they're still doing their work, but we felt that we had some things we could move forward on, and this is one of them. So this is the simplest, but it will certainly continue to move the needle forward toward achieving the stated goals of that work group and of the division. So I also have an amendment to this bill, which is also being offered by Andy Culp of the ARC. And that just requires that there is disaggregation of the same data by county, by disability code, and by disability severity category. So I request a favorable report on House Bill 621 with the amendment that you should have before you or in your inboxes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Delegate Guyton? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the testimony on House Bill 621. Delegate Guyton, I know you have another bill, but I messed up. Delegate Grice needs to step back up for a second.
Oh, sure.
Do you mind just waiting? Okay, thank you. All right, well, that concludes the testimony on House Bill 621, and now calling House Bill 593, Delegate Guyton.
Thank you so much. Thank you again, Delegate Michelle Guyton, District 42B, Baltimore County. This is a really fun bill, y'all. No, it really is. So I thank you for your consideration of House Bill 593. This establishes a program called a Lifesavers School Program or designation in Maryland Public Schools, and it's going to be an optional program as written in the bill that recognizes schools for additional investments in student health and student mental health wellness. So to earn this specific designation that will be managed through the Maryland State Department of Education, the school would be required to do a few things. They have to offer to their students and their staff, offer not require, please hear, to their students and their staff, both CPR first aid and also a data-based mental health wellness program or peer mentoring program. Right. Schools must also provide student service learning hours for that work, so that's to encourage and incentivize the students to do it. And they should also include resources for mental health wellness and CPR first aid training on the school website. And then again, the program will be administered completely by MSDE. So I am also offering a sponsor amendment. Again, you should have it in your inboxes to strike the provision that says you could offer trainings leading to certifications other than these on page 2, lines 12 and 13. The reason for that is we said they must and they shall instead of they may. So I'm just going to get rid of that for now. So I sincerely request a favorable report for a simple bill that may very well save lives in our school and our community. I do want to make a point that neither of these have any unfavorable, except for one unfavorable for this bill from the Maryland Right to Life. And just for the record, I would like to clear up, this bill has absolutely nothing to do with abortions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Delegate Guyton? Okay, there is a Henry Miser signed up to testify. Henry Miser? Okay, he's not here. And Catherine Carter is not, she is not in the waiting room to testify virtually, so that's it. That concludes the testimony in House Bill 593. Thank you, Delegate Guyton.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, Delegate Grice, my apologies. House Bill 737.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. House Bill 737 is another bill I was brought in front of this committee last year. So this is a school choice bill that provides a critical lifeline for children and parents who need it most. There's already school choice, as you guys know, in Maryland. Unfortunately, the choice, because of the structure that's in place now, is only available for rich kids who go to rich schools that have lots of rich donors. And the intent of this bill is in no means intended to provide a funding source for private schools. I want to make that very, very clear to the committee. This does not create another line item in the budget that's going to go to private schools. And as far as I'm concerned, if we never use a dollar that goes to private schools, I'm okay with that. What this bill is doing entirely is helping kids who are going to failing schools and who have no other options. It provides them a lifeline to go to a school that has much better outcomes, that it's safer for them and their families. That's all this bill does. And what it does is it does two things. First, it codifies the Boost program, and then second, it creates an expanded program that will provide scholarships for students who is in what is considered failing schools by ESSA. And as you all know, this is a federal program, so this isn't Delegate Rice or the Republican caucus, identifying these failing schools. These are schools that are deemed failing by the federal government. So for Boost, it provides, again, a lifeline for students and parents who want to leave their current school. The legislature in the budget has defunded this program, as you all know, through attrition. Only the current recipients are the students who originally enrolled and also their siblings. So over time, through the budget, by defunding the program, it will eventually go away. And so the purpose of this bill is to codify it, put the funding back at $10 million where it was last year, and then just to keep the program going. And so the second piece is the right to learn. This program will expand Boost by giving kids trapped into these failing schools even more options. So under the bill, qualifying students must attend a public school that is graded 2 stars or less for 2 consecutive years according to ESSA. Those schools who seek alternative options would receive the per pupil spending equivalent and an education savings account from which they could fund the education expenses either in another non-failing public school, and that's the difference between this and Boost, is they could go not necessarily to a private school, but they can go to another public school, a charter school, a private school, or a home school. So I just want to wrap up by making a couple of key points here. To start with, I want to mention where our opposition has come from in the past, and I would assume that the opponents of this bill are going to say the same thing in their testimony. This is mostly about money, and it comes down to whether or not we agree that private schools should be funded. Okay, that hasn't changed. I'm hoping that we can have an ideological difference on that. And again, I want to repeat that the purpose of this bill has nothing to do with funding private schools, nothing whatsoever. And I'm going to read, I guess, some of the testimony from MSEA, and it says that $10 million annually would be diverted, and this is in quotes, to private schools through the use of vouchers in the Boost program under this bill could go a long way in hiring the desperately needed substitute teachers across the state. Those dollars could help hire more bus drivers, help ensure students get to school early. Then it goes on to say that the funding could go directly towards the many schools we are working to stand up across the state with a proven record in helping provide wraparound services and family support to students living in concentrated poverty. Folks, $10 billion isn't going to pay for that. I can tell you, you all know it. If we're going to spend $10 billion across all 24 jurisdictions, it's not going to pay. It's not even going to come close to doing what it's saying that we can use this money for. The opponents also say that private schools don't offer the same rigorous standards as our public school systems do. From my perspective and from the perspective of the families who take advantage of the Boost program, the educational outcomes are better in these private schools. That's the bottom line. Folks, that's the bottom line. if they're going to go to the private schools, the outcomes from those schools, and this is a fact, the outcomes from those private schools or charter schools or wherever else they want to go, the outcomes are better in those schools than they are in the public schools that they're currently going in. So it's everything to do with the students and not the schools. Until our failing schools improve, and we're hoping, I'm genuinely hoping, and I know that most of the members of the House of Delegates are hoping, which realistically, that's probably what we're going to end up spending in the blueprint. And many of us agree with a lot of the things that are in the blueprint. Hopefully 10 years from now, we're going to see better outcomes in those schools, because again, that's what matters most. But the problem is a lot of these students can't wait 10 years. They can't wait 5 years. They're going to be graduating by then. They need help right now. So until these schools are showing better outcomes, why not provide this opportunity? We're only talking about $2 million. That's it. We have a $63 million budget. $63 million is 63,000 million, right? 63,000 million. We're asking for 2 of the 63,000. That's not asking for much. That's not asking for much at all, but I can guarantee that that $2 million means a heck of a lot more to the families that are impacted by this lifeline than it is us. And that $2 million won't go very far in our budgets. So I'm also going to provide budget opportunities. One, this program is funded through the Cigarette Restitution Fund. So my suggestion would be to allow it to continue to be funded through that. There's plenty of money in that fund. There's plenty of money in the out years. If we don't, we still have $500 million that's just in the budget for transportation. It doesn't actually specifically say where we're going to fund it. $500 million is a down payment for the blueprint. We can use that for anything. We have $150 million that's left aside just for us, the legislators, to decide how we're going to spend it. $100 million in the capital budget, $50 million in the operating budget. We want to use all 150 in the operating budget, we can do that. All capital, we can do that. We can take $2 million out of that $150 million and use it for Boost. I gave you 4 options to fund this program. We don't have to cut a single program anywhere else in the budget. Sometimes we as legislators, we have to make the difficult conversations, even with our most tried supporters. So I'm asking you all to do the same. I know it's not easy for us to oppose MSEA. I know it's not. It's a lot easier to oppose MABE for you all, from what I hear. You guys do it often, and they often oppose your bills. And I know it's also easier for you all to oppose our bills from the other side of the aisle. But this time, I just ask you guys to pay close attention to the stories that y'all are going to hear today. Then ask yourself one question. If you were afraid for your child's safety and had little confidence in the future that they're going to have in a desperately failing school, would you choose the Boost program for your child? I think the answer for every one of you will be yes. Don't take that option away from these other families. Please don't, not over $2 million. So I ask that we have the courage to do what's right for about 3,000 young Marylanders who care about their future. We can't leave them behind, and we can't deny them their right to learn. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We have 2 folks signed up to testify orally, or yeah, obviously orally, but virtually. Anna Carvajal and Benjamin Gutman. So whoever is in the waiting room. Okay, ma'am,
Hi.
whenever you're ready, you can begin.
Hello. Hi, my name is Anna Carvajal. I'm grateful and honored for the opportunity that I have here to share how the Boost program has had a major positive impact and the quality of life for so many families, including my own. In addition, and most importantly, the Boost program attributes to the quality of life of future generations by affording them the educational opportunities that will otherwise not be available to them. I'm Anna. I have 2 girls. Mariana, today is her birthday. She's turned 6 years old, and Fernanda, who is a year old. Mariana is already reading, and she loves math, and her academic evaluations are always above the national average. She has so much potential, and as you and any other parent, we want to look for the best opportunities for our kids. I work a full-time job to support my family, and my struggles are real. But you and the BOOST program has opened a door for my daughter and for so many other kids to get education that can offer a support system village. I am from Nicaragua. It's a beautiful country in Central America that now suffers because of a dictatorship of Daniel Ortega. And in moments like this, I see myself in my mom. My mom, her name is Lynette. She always told me to look for a yes because it's easy to get anytime. So my mom will always encourage me to prepare myself for the future because we never know what the future beholds. She made so many sacrifices for me to go to English classes because back in my country, that is like a very expensive classes that you need to pay in order to learn English or any other language. And I can see the struggle that she went through to put me on those classes. So I said to her, I don't want to go to these classes anymore. Like I'm not gonna need them. I mean, I'm never leaving my country, but she insisted and helped me because she wanted to give me more tools to be prepared. And so now we are actively doing our best at home to teach and raise our kids to be good and productive for society. And we need your help on making our novel efforts go even further. So we will appreciate if the BOOST program, if you keep supporting the BOOST program to keep helping all these children so they can be prepared for what the future might behold.
Thank
you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Gutman?
Yes, it's an honor to be here today, albeit virtually. I'm actually on my way to a school event for one of my sons. I have two boys. I'm a single dad. And the BOOST program has been an absolute lifeline. Both of them do not have what would be classified as a learning disability, but both of them at various points needed extra help academically, and that's not something that I think would have been provided in the public schools in our area. It was also caught very early in terms of the intervention because it's smaller class sizes, and they had the staff on hand that was able to address it. They're both now, thank God, thriving. They both are reading independently. My younger son is a big STEM fan, and he loves the new STEM classes that are being incorporated in the school. And as I said, as a single parent, working full time, running around till, yesterday I had to take one of my sons to the doctor, so that was time off. All these different things, you want to provide the best for your children, but that usually comes at a price. And to have them in a school where they're able to get that personalized attention and be able to, deal with those issues in school as opposed to expensive out of school tutoring, like Anna mentioned, like to have someone sit there independently outside, that's just something that at this point, unfortunately, is impossible for me. I hope that it'll, be better in the future, but to get those outcomes, you want to be in a environment that is nurturing. You want to be in an environment that has that attention. And I'm looking forward to see the continued growth that they have from that. And so the BOOST program, again, has been a lifeline. I thank you for your support of it in the past. And I'm hoping that it can be something that you support going forward, not just for my boys, but I've seen the impact it's made on other people as well. And again, I thank you for your time and your attention to this matter today. And I yield back.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Delegate Greist or his two witnesses? Okay, seeing none, thank you. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 737. Delegate Jones, House Bill 510.
Chairwoman, may my panel come up with me, please? Dr. Bedell, thank you. Thank you so much, Chairwoman Atterbury, Vice Chair Wilkins, and members of the Ways and Means Committee. For the record, I am Delegate Dana Jones today. I have with me Dr. Bedell from the Anne Arundel County Board of Education, our superintendent. Thank you so much. This bill was brought to me by my local school system and also through parents who contacted me, have contacted me quite a bit, especially last year with the extension of the school year. So, I come before you today to introduce House Bill 510, Public Schools Length of School Year and Innovative School Scheduling Models revisions. This enabling legislation addresses outdated and artificial constraints in the scheduling of the school year for our public school students. Currently, state law requires that public schools be open for student attendance for both 180 days and a minimum number of seat hours during a 10-month period. So what does that mean? A minimum number of 1,080 student seat hours are required at the elementary and middle school levels, and 1,170 student seat hours are required at the high school level. House Bill 510 removes the requirements that public schools be open for student attendance for a minimum of 180 days during a 10-month period, but leaves the minimum number of seat hours required in place, right? So this change is necessary in order to provide local school systems with the flexibility to tailor instructional programs and school operations to innovatively best meet the needs of their students, but does not diminish in any way requirements regarding instruction provided to students. The increase in flexibility will allow our school systems to explore scheduling that can provide better educational outcomes for our students. I want to emphasize this bill does not mandate that a school system alter current operations and does not reduce instructional time for students. What it does do is provide local school systems with much needed flexibility to better address their needs of students and their families when creating the calendar. So for example, last year, Anne Arundel County had to extend their school year into late June due to the 180-day requirement. I had, as many of you know, an attend Eagle Scout Court of Honors, right? Our Boy Scouts, these young men and women, get 1 week to go to Philmont for that scholarship, that achievement. So many of our students here really, as the Naval Academy is in my district and constituents, they want to attain the ability and one more thing on their resume in order to go to a military academy or college. This move in the school calendar prohibited them from that one opportunity to go to Philmont. These kids were, for the most part, all honor students, and if they were told if they were to miss that week, they would lose their status in the Honor Society and then miss Philmont. We're talking about some of our best and our brightest truly trying hard to get into those military academies and colleges. That didn't seem to make, a lot of sense. I also heard from parents who said, I am paying for childcare, for summer childcare, and now we're not using it for 2 to 3 weeks, but if I don't pay for it, my child loses their seat for the rest of the summer in that childcare. A tremendous waste of money. And then we're losing, I've heard from a lot of students, as most of you know, I represent Annapolis City as well, and we had some equity issues around kids who had jobs lined up for the summer. And that move to the end of June really then put their summer employment at risk. So you'll see on your floor system a letter of support from MABE, Howard County School System, the Public Schools Superintendent Association, Calvert County Commissioners, and I just can't emphasize enough, you're going to hear from Dr. Bedell here in a second, but the flexibility, not force, right? No student loses a single minute of instruction time. So I'm looking forward to you all hearing from Dr. Bedell. Thank you so much, and I do look forward to working with all of you on this and respectfully request a favorable committee report on 510.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Atterbury, Vice Chair Wilkins, and members of the Ways and Means Committee. I'm Dr. Bedell. I have the pleasure of serving as the superintendent of Anne Arundel County Public Schools. I'm in my 7th month or so in tenure with 6 years of superintendent experience from the Kansas City Public School District in Missouri. I'm here to express my strong support for House Bill 510. The passage of this legislation is a top priority for the Anne Arundel County Public Schools, this Maryland General Assembly session. I also want to thank you, Delegate Jones, for your collaboration on this matter. As Delegate Jones stated, this bill will remove outdated and artificial constraints in law that hinder local public school systems when developing the school calendar each year. One of the nearly universal agreements about education in Maryland, and I would argue education around the country, is that we need to be more innovative. We are rigid and we are outdated, and that is a fact. And if you were to compare us to Circuit City, Service Merchandise, Blockbuster, and Kodak, we would not be in existence in most cases because we have not innovated to keep up with the times, because we still operate through this chalkboard era of how we conduct schooling. We can't have innovation with these type of constraints, and this bill will eliminate that. Additionally, it does not force any school system to do anything different than it does now. Rather, it allows for us to have an additional tool in our toolbox to ensure that we adhere to the innovation that the Maryland Blueprint calls for. And so what we are asking, and I know we only have a few seconds here, is that you give us the flexibility to allow for us to have a favorable committee report on House Bill 510.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Delegate Ebersol.
Madam Chair, the balance between the number of school days and the hours is designed to speak to students' attention spans and things like that. This has no guardrails, so wouldn't it be possible for a school system to have 16-hour school days for a very short period of time, or 12-hour school days under this bill? And so you're talking about lifting the guardrail of having the number of days at all. And I'm curious if you think we should have some to speak to, young people's ability to focus and concentrate.
Yeah, I think those guardrails will naturally be protected through the conversations you have with your union, the conversations you have with your communities. I don't think anybody would approve a system moving to a 12-hour or a 16-hour day, or I think that's what you said.
Well, I was using hyperbole.
All right, but even if you think about, and I'll give you some experience that I've had with a model like this. Like, I supervised an initiative called Apollo 20 in the Houston Independent School District, where we took the 20 lowest performing schools and we worked with the legislation to extend the school year out by 2 additional weeks and then 1 hour additionally during the day. We negotiated, we brought in some of the highest quality of teachers to apply some of the best tenets that successful public schools and charter schools had in those schools, and it's a report that's been published. But I think a lot of what would happen would be through the collaboration with local communities that would protect the essence of what we want to do in terms of student achievement.
So I think you've answered my question. You gave a little extra information, and it was very helpful, and I thank you for that. But you say you think people won't do it. I think it's up to us to make sure that we ensure that it's reasonable in this case, and I would hope that we could explore that a little bit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Feldmark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate, for bringing the bill, and thank you, Dr. Bedell, for being here. I wanted to follow up on something I think I heard you say in your testimony, Dr. Bedell, referring to this being necessary for the innovation that's called for in the blueprint. So I was hoping you could just explain a little bit more how you see this flexibility aligning with implementation of the blueprint.
Yeah, I'll give a prime example. One of the things Blueprint calls for is at the end of 10th grade, our students are to be college and career ready. But if we still operate on this calendar, and I'll use the high school day as an example, where we're telling kids you come into school at 8:30 and you're out at 3:17, and that's pretty much it for your instructional day. But if we know that we talk about equity and we talk about really wanting to create a barrier-free and access to all of our kids to have exposure to what Blueprint is calling for, by the time these kids hit the 11th grade, we should be able to offer a flex schedule. Maybe the high school day now goes from 8:30 a.m. until 8:30 p.m. You have teachers through negotiations coming in on unique shifts. You have 4 different bell schedules that allow for kids to come in, so your traditional kids can, parents who want their kids on a regular 8:30 to 3:17 schedule can be on that. For other kids who have to work, they have to support their siblings Maybe that flex schedule allows for them to take 2 or 3 classes online. They're able to come to school and do the 3 or 4 classes they need. They're able to internship actually during the school day. So now what you have done is you've controlled for the variables of poverty that create inequities. And so when we talk about having that type of flexibility, this removal of that law gives us that flexibility to look at how we can work with unique situations with local communities to give our kids full access in a barrier-free learning environment.
Delegate Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for this bill and for being here, and also for the reference to Blockbuster. I kind of had a little throwback when you said that, but no, but in all seriousness, I think you may have already kind of answered this question, but I was just curious if you could share more examples and also your experience around doing these innovative schedules. I heard you mention the Houston ISD, but if you could just help us understand your experience, and also just, what are some other examples that we could think about that could play out with this, if this is enabled?
Yeah, I'll give one example. In my previous school district, we created the Kansas City Public School District in Missouri. We created the first middle college model in the state of Missouri probably about 4 years ago. And this model was designed to educate children ages 17 to, and young adults, 17 to 24, who had dropped out of school. We worked with the Full Employment Council. We were able to get approval from the State Department of Education, DESE, in an effort to really offer an alternative schedule for kids who really didn't have a path forward to get their high school diploma or to get their GEDs. We placed that program on the college campus, junior college campus, MCC, Metropolitan Community College, and we allow for these students to have all of the rights and privileges that a college student has. Our graduation rate in that program probably is around an 83% graduation rate, where when these kids complete 21 and under, you still have the ability to get your high school diploma, and then 21 and up, you get a GED. You're able to immediately move into the community college. You're easily able to move into working on your job placement with an additional scholarship from the Full Employment Council. But because of the way that our system is set up in the state of Missouri, we're on an hour system. So we're able to have the flexibility to allow for these kids to have a flexible schedule that we just can't do right now in the state of Maryland because of the 180-day constraint.
And just last question, because as you were talking, we've been talking a lot at the state level and also nationally about like youth apprenticeship. You mentioned the college and career readiness. I focus a lot on the career readiness piece. And so I guess I'm curious though, so this might be a little bit outside the bill, I apologize, but would this bill be what we would need to better strengthen those relationships, in terms of like, I heard you say the half day, and I'm familiar with different programs where you might go, swing schedule, 2 days a week you're in the school, another day you could be at like an apprenticeship school, or you could be working with like an employer or contractor. So I guess my question is, will we need more beyond this bill to enable the alternative scheduling or the freedom, the flexibility of scheduling? We would still need to put in place more reform in Maryland if we really wanted to take advantage of the model that you kind of outlined in the former state in Missouri.
Yeah, I absolutely would agree with that. I think what ends up happening with a lot of what we would go through, you would do beta testing, and you may have 1 or 2 schools that you're saying, hey, we're ready to give this a try, do some action research, collect data to determine the efficacy of whatever that particular model is. Be able to have an accountability that would come back to our elected officials, our school board, and the community. But I think what you will find is from an organic standpoint, you're going to learn around what additional constraints may be in the way that may require for us to look at additional support from a bill amendment standpoint or a bill introduction standpoint or removal.
Thank you.
Delegate Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for bringing the bill, and thank you, Doctor, for being here. My first question is, if this bill is passed, would this immediately be eligible for collective bargaining?
Yeah, I think here's what I would say to that. We would not, this wouldn't take place in this upcoming school year, because for me, it's more than just the collective bargaining agreement that needs to take place. There's engagement that needs to happen with that local community. In essence, I guess what I'm trying to say to everybody is, I'm trying to eliminate this cookie cutter approach that what we do in South County is what we should be doing in North County, when there are two different worlds around the needs and that we need to meet with those respective communities. So we would work with the communities in a collaborative manner to say, hey, here's a model that we're thinking about. What are your thoughts? There will be thorough engagement. And then in the process, while we're doing that, we will be negotiating with our local union around how that would look from a bargaining agreement standpoint. The thing I want people to understand, nobody's salaries, nobody will lose money as a result of us talking about innovation. We could mess around and go to a trimester type calendar, right? Where we know in certain schools, the more students are away from us, the more harm is done to them. So the negotiations would look different, but yes, we would negotiate.
So the teachers union can immediately start to include this as collective bargaining. And what my concern is around that, and I would love to hear your response to this, is, we have moved for generations to make the education system the baseline for our society. And we build our work schedules, our lives, and our culture, really, in Maryland. We have Ocean City, we have the Bay, we build everything around this, and especially the work schedules, right? One of the major negative impacts of school closures because of COVID was people being able to go to work, right? And I heard some folks say, well, teachers aren't babysitters. They're not babysitters. But we've all collectively wanted the school week for us to build around the school week as a foundation for our society, and that's a good thing. But my concern is, if the teachers union or anybody decides to move to a 4-day work week, the negative impacts it would have on families and single parent families, things of nature, going into the summertime, the impacts on Ocean City and some of our tourism and some of this. Could you speak to that a little bit? Because that's my biggest concern. It's not the flex schedule within the day. It's eliminating days during the week and the impacts on families, and obviously our economy with eliminating some of our summer activities.
Yeah, I think that's part of the conversation when you talk about how do you eliminate potential barriers that could harm families. And that could be through how do we work with the community as a whole around coverage for children. So let's say that a decision is made within a particular community to go to a 4-day week. Let's say that happens, right? But in most cases, we know that there will be a large share of students that still will need to come to school because that could potentially be an intervention day. That will be negotiated. I'll give you an example of, we went to a year-round program with one of my schools in another school district previously, and we worked to make sure that we were able to provide additional daycare and before school care and after school care to provide support for those families. And so the way that I see it is, if we believe that a 4-day schedule is going to conduct more harm to a community than it would help, then we just won't do it. I don't think that we would push forward with something that can be that harmful to a community. And I don't know that I would get the votes from my board to potentially do something like that. So the innovation can look different, as I've said before. It could vary from community to community, but there must be community-wide buy-in, and then we need to be able to say, here's what we're putting in place to ensure that we don't conduct any further harm to working-class families.
And just my final sorry, is, but because it's collectively bargaining, you're not the only stakeholder in that situation, correct? So there's other stakeholders that may advocate as part of collective bargaining to push for that, which could have other. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes,
Madam
sir.
Chair.
Thank you.
Delegate Hartman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. An interesting bill. Coming from Worcester County representing Ocean City, my colleague here mentioned the impact that it could have. So the bill allows an increase in the school year. So let's say multiple counties eventually would increase the school year, where I think California, and it scares me sometimes when I hear, that we're behind California in doing this or whatever. it doesn't make it necessarily a good thing. But so how do we coordinate so that 300,000 people visit Ocean City on a weekend if multiple school systems are only closed for, this so many weeks in August or whatever, there's impacts greater than just the school system. And I just, hope that's taken into consideration. So how do we allow people to use, Maryland's playground, Ocean City? And I'll ask several questions in once and you can answer them all. How does this impact teacher recruitment? Because many teachers, choose that because of, the scheduling and so forth. So they want to be able to take care of their own children. So if they're teaching in another school system or whatever, many teachers have a second job. Hopefully that won't be necessary, with the boost in the profession of teaching. But right now, many teachers need a second job. How does this impact that?
Yeah, I think it, in essence, would enhance teachers' flexibility in what they could do. So if you have a unique model, it's no different than our virtual school that we have right now. Anne Arundel County has the only virtual school in the state that has its own campus code. Everybody who signs up to work in that virtual school understands the conditions that you have signed up for. It's no different than when we did the Apollo 20 initiative in Houston and teachers understood that we're going to work for 2 additional weeks. We're going to get paid for it. We're going to work an additional hour every day so that we can provide 2 doses of reading and math and give the kids the interventions that they need. All of those teachers signed up for it. Like, no teacher will be forced into doing this. Any model that we look at, we have a district where if the school decides that they want to go to a trimester type calendar, that school has that flexibility to do so. And there will be teachers that will say, I want to work in this model, and others who don't. We have a transfer system in the school district. But I think it would, in essence, enhance opportunities for educators who want to be a part of something different to say, this is a model I'm willing to be a part of.
Delegate Hornberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A lot of good inquiry here. Every day we're down here, we're fighting the status quo. That's what you're seeking to do here, is to change something, make something better. But in order to do that, we need to see like a value-added type approach. So, if this were to go forward, I know that there's a pilot, I think in Frederick County called Lynx. What sort of value-added are you offering if this was to be put into place? What are the students going to see, especially them seniors?
Yeah, I think for me, it's pretty simple. If we think about our seniors and we think about our times when we were all in high school, what was our senior year like? For many of us, we went to school and we took maybe 2 classes and we had early release.
Yep.
And so the senior year in many cases isn't as meaningful for many kids as we think it should be. But now if I'm able to say to kids, starting in your 11th grade, because we're able to offer this flex type schedule, you're going to be able to now take what you've learned and really apply it in a practical situation that really works for your calendar. Only a few kids get to do internships. I was fortunate as a senior to have had the opportunity through electrical construction to work at Kodak. And I was able to do it from 12:30 until 3:30, made $4.25 an hour, and got my 3 credit hours by taking and applying what I had learned my last 2 years. But for many of our kids, because of the way that our schedule is set up, they don't ever get that opportunity. Because if they play sports, if they have to work a regular job to help make ends meet, they don't get to do it. This opens up significant opportunity for those kids in their junior and their senior year to take what they've learned and apply it in a real world standpoint, hence developing their soft skills, but also really bringing some meaning back to learning. All I'm trying to do with this initiative and with getting this bill passed, I want to bring joy back to teaching and learning. And anybody in here can look at the data, like if we continue on the path that we're on, and I'm looking at our state data, you tell me what's to be proud of about your state data when we don't have 60% of kids passing anything in this state, but we continue to operate in this very rigid model.
All right, thank you.
Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. that's going to be hard to follow up on. So I totally appreciate and respect what you're saying about bringing back the joy to learning. And there is still a lot that we can do with the current schedule. I would encourage you, as Delegate Hornberger said, to look at the data from the Links program and look what they were doing, because they are doing all of the things that you were talking about. But it did require some assistance from the state. So, so maybe, if you want to do a pilot program or something along those lines. One thing that I did want to say is this would still, as far as summer, if a school did go to trimesters or year-round school, this would still impact the ability for summer employment and the ability for camps like going to the Boy Scout camp. So that would be a conversation with the local community. I understand that.
Yeah, it would be. But I mean, even if you think about your year-round program, you would have intercessions. You would have month-long intercessions that would allow for us to provide immediate support to kids. So I've said this to a lot of people. This is something we were looking to do in Kansas City. We could potentially have kids in school August through November, and then they're getting immediate help during the month of November based on skills and standards that they didn't learn during those first 3 months. And then they come back and they go to trimester 2, and then during the month of March, they get the same type of support with the skills and standards that they didn't learn, and then you're going through the end of June. Right. Kids are off, you start a new cycle. But what we do right now in education is we tell a lot of our kids, in particular elementary kids, hey, what you didn't learn in the full year, you're going to go to summer school for 19 days, and you need to master everything in 19 days.
That's true.
And we've been doing that for decades, all around the country. And so it doesn't really help them. And in essence, you're doing more social promotion than you are truly building the skill set that these kids need. And then by looking at a potential schedule like that, now you eliminate the summer slide. Because what research has shown, the longer kids are away from us, especially those who are living in harmful communities where they have all of those social determinants, right? Those kids come back with a larger level of regression in their learning rather than them being with us and us being able to support them throughout. But think about what this also does for the teacher, a model like this. It allows for teachers now, who in many cases aren't paid where they need to be paid, to possibly vacation during the month of November, to possibly vacation during the month of March, where as a teacher, I could only vacation during July, which everything is expensive and off the charts. So that beta testing and being able to pilot this somewhere could provide some promising data that could be something that we could talk about replicating.
And if I can just add that my office also did some research around tourism and how it would, there we go. I would like to follow up with you, Delegate Miller and Delegate Hartman, regarding tourism. My office, in consultation with others when looking at this bill, again, this isn't just to lay out an all year round school year at all. That's not what this is about. But in those states that did do that, their tourism actually went up. And it wasn't just confined to a 8-week period of the year. So I will follow up with that research that we had found months ago. I apologize for not having it today.
And Delegate Jones, if I can just say this, it's not about one model. What I'm giving you all are examples. We could come up with something that none of us have ever thought about through engagement with the community that works for that community. But it's not about one model.
Delegate Ebersol.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask a question, but I do have to correct something. It is not allowed for a collective bargaining agent to negotiate a calendar. And so this would be something that would be decided outside of the input from the teachers union or the teachers collective bargaining agent. We also said no lost pay, but if you reduce the number of school days, you're going to have cafeteria workers and bus drivers who are going to lose work days. And these are people who are working on the fringes. But the question is this: is there any cap in COMAR or in code on the number of hours you can have a student attend during the year? Because if these programs are good programs, then why not invest in them and have the students who need it the most come to them? Instead of laying out a line, there's no upper limit here. And most of the justifications I've heard were tourism, summer jobs, but I'm worried about learning.
I'm worried about learning too.
So I want you to answer, is there any reason you wouldn't just increase the number of hours for some students?
In most cases, that's probably what will happen. There will not be a reduction of hours. I think I articulated that with what we did with the Apollo 20 initiative in Houston. That was more hours, 1 hour added every single day, in addition to 2 additional weeks.
Delegate Miracle North.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate and Doctor, for this bill. I'm looking at the statute, and I'm curious, has there been any discussions on perhaps specifying which counties have this flexibility? Because I'm looking at one section of the law where it says the county boards and lists certain counties, including mine, Montgomery County, and wanted to see if that's something that had been discussed or considered.
Not that I'm aware of, and I know I've spoken with your superintendent, who I think has pledged her support for this bill. But I think there may have been some conversation in the past, and it just kind of faded away, and there wasn't a lot of support for it. And I think with Blueprint now being in law, many of us as superintendents are realizing that if we continue to have this constraint in the way, it totally contradicts, in my opinion, the ability to have the flexibility to adhere to Blueprint as we continue to evolve with that.
Thank you.
Delegate Wu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for bringing forward this bill. I think one question for me is, because we have so many different school systems, if one school system, one county change their style, right? So because there are so many, for example, inter-school sports or other games, right? And one change may lead to other change. Is that possible? There's a pilot program, like focus on one county, and then we see how everything goes.
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately for me, if this was to pass, everything that we do will be beta tested. It will all be a pilot until we can collect data around its efficacy and to be able to say, are we getting a return by doing the model in this manner? And that's pretty much what we did with Apollo 20. We just took 20 schools and, you know, you're talking about a school district that had over 300 schools. We took 20 and said, let's see if this could work and look at this over a 2 or 3 year period, get the data to really justify whether this is something we want to do. My experience as a principal of a prominent engineering program, one thing I learned being an engineering high school principal was that trying to turn cafeteria scraps into fuel was very difficult, and it took several years. And there was a lot of things that we learned from that, successes and failures. But at the end of the day, because we continued to stick at it and tried it, we were able to become the first high school in the state of Texas to convert cafeteria scraps into fuel. And I think that's innovation. We were doing that back in 2007, 2008. And so I think the same would apply here. Not everything is going to work out the way that we wanted. And we also have to be given permission to understand that there's going to be some failures that we learn from in here. So the beta testing is critical. I would never roll out something like this district-wide because it doesn't apply district-wide to every single school.
Thank you. So your point, it takes 3 years to collect some data, see how everything runs?
I think it would take a couple of years to collect data. You would not be able to just roll this out and all of a sudden you're doing it district-wide.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 510. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
House Bill 689, Delegate Buckle. And you have David Jones. Would you like him to come up? And Melissa Kamoff are both here? Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, fellow members of the Ways and Means Committee. Delegate Jason Buckle presenting House Bill 689. House Bill 689 is a bill designed to fix a simple problem that no one knew that would have existed in the P-TECH program. Many of you that are veterans of the committee probably remember the P-TECH program that provides basically a pathway for high school students that they're getting college credit, college degrees, they're working closely and moving on and getting a almost guaranteed community college associate's degree, and they're also partnering with private sector job opportunities and getting internships, and so that they're ready to immediately go into the workforce in a variety of technical fields. Allegheny County was one of the first, I think it may have even been the first, maybe paired I think with Baltimore City at the time, to have the P-TECH program implemented. Here is the flaw, and here's what the bill fixes. The flaw says the original P-TECH implementing legislation, you did not get your actual physical high school diploma, a certification that you were a high school graduate, until you completed the entire P-TECH program, which extends beyond normal 12th grade into community college type years. So Allegheny and Baltimore were some of the first people to confront this problem. They have students who are who've completed all of their high school graduation requirements. They are now full-time or part-time students connected with the program in community college. They may be taking additional college classes beyond the P-TECH program requirements, and they have a difficult time getting financial aid because they don't have a technical high school graduation diploma. They have a difficult time if they want to play sports and participate in sporting activities because they're also generally required to have a college diploma. And these folks from the Allegheny County Public Schools and Allegheny College can explain it better than me, but there's some weird situation going on now with kids where they don't get their driver's licenses. You know, when I was 16 years old, we couldn't wait to get our driver's license. Now they have kids not getting their driver's licenses until they're 18 or older, and they also have a difficulty with their driver's licenses because they technically don't have the diploma. All the bill does, very simply, is says everything in the P-TECH program, which has worked very well for many jurisdictions across the state, is going to stay exactly the same. We're not changing funding. We're not changing the way the funding works between the public schools and the public universities that support the program. All we're doing is when the kid has technically completed the requirements that they should get a high school diploma, otherwise, if they weren't enrolled in P-TECH, we're going to give them the high school diploma so that they and their families can participate in financial aid and other things that normal high school graduates have. That's my understanding of the bill, and these folks certainly can fill in any of the gaps and give you more background. Thank you. You can go.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to present here, Madam Chair and members of the House Ways and Means Committee. I'm David Jones. I'm Vice President at Allegheny College of Maryland, and I'm pleased to offer our complete and favorable support of this bill. Beginning with the 2017-2018 school year, Allegheny College of Maryland, in cooperation with the Allegheny County Public Schools, began to offer incoming ninth graders the opportunity to participate in this program, P-TECH, in Allegheny County. This was made possible through collaboration between the Allegheny County Public Schools, Allegheny College of Maryland, and multiple industry partners, including UPMC Western Maryland, the largest employer in our county. As you're aware, the P-TECH program was high school and beyond, a K-14 model. It combines high school, college, and world of work, and they gain the workplace skills and have access to mentoring and other career opportunities. The ultimate goal is they will achieve their associate degree at Allegheny College of Maryland in computer technology with a focus in cybersecurity. As Delegate Buckle has mentioned, the opportunity has brought to light several obstacles that we've experienced, and this request, part of House Bill 689, will remove these barriers and provide students every opportunity to be successful. Specifically, as mentioned by Delegate Buckle, right now the guidelines require that even when a student completes all of their high school requirements after 4 years, nothing would change with that, they still do not receive their high school diploma. It's kept on file with a public school system per MSDE until they complete their associate degree, and oftentimes that has detrimental impacts on our participants. As Delegate Buckle mentioned, it impacts their federal financial aid. Without a high school diploma, these P-TECH students are not eligible for federal financial aid to support extra courses to increase their skills, their growth and development. Also, college athletics. Students have to meet a minimum number of credit hours to participate, and if students do not receive the extra aid, they can't take classes beyond the P-TECH pathway. and even with driver's licenses. So therefore, we respectfully request favorable support as evidenced by many letters of support from counties, public school systems, and community colleges from across the state. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you. On behalf of Allegheny County Public Schools, I'm Melissa Kumoff, the PTEC coordinator for Allegheny County. I'm pleased to offer our complete support of House Bill 689, Pathways in Technology in Early College High School program. As you already know, our program is a 9 through 14 model with the ultimate goal of earning their associate's degree. This is all earned free. Not only are students complete their AA degree, but they are also leaders, they are athletes, they participate in extracurricular activities in both high school and the college level. Our PTEC program uses a variety of ways to earn college credits. Some of those are through industry certifications, CTE completion programs, and also dual enrollment programs. Because we take advantage of so many of these credits, our students, even in years 5 and 6, do not need to have a full college schedule. All of our students, even though they earn their high school, their requirements are finished at the end of year 4, our diploma is still held into year 5 and 6. Because of this, our students that want to become more leaders or take extra classes aren't able to take federal financial aid or receive Pell Grants. If they want to participate in student athletics, such as basketball or football, they cannot do that without a full schedule, and they can't do that without the extra scholarships. Also, with the driver's license, if you're 18 and get your driver's license, you have to wait 9 months before you can get your provisionals, as compared to 3 months with a diploma. This causes issues with the students trying to get to college whenever they're in year 5 and 6. We anticipate some additional roadblocks that we haven't seen. So for example, I have some students that asked me last week for their diploma because they're taking a job, and their job says that if they have a diploma, then they can get an extra pay grade or an extra bonus. So please, these students are in a great program, but let them not have PTEC cause them to keep them from being better leaders, participate in sports, extra time on the provisional license, and be denied a slightly better job.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Delegate Ebersol.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So it's great because you want to give students credit for what they've done, and I like that. I wonder if there's any evidence, have any other 6-year programs anywhere else in the country, I'll call it a 6-year program, but that's essentially what it is. Have they done this? And if they have, I'm curious if there has been any evidence that kids sort of give up on the PTEC part once they have their high school degree. I imagine that's the reason we held it back in the first place. And it may have been misplaced. So I'm curious your insights on that.
I'm not aware of any other program that has experienced that nationally, and David may be, you certainly can speak to that. That might have been part of the consideration. It may have frankly also just been an oversight of how it was structured, but I think that Allegheny County and probably Baltimore City are the first PTEC counties cohorts to experience this because we got a year head start, but it's going to hit a lot of other places, a lot of jurisdictions that you may represent in the coming years. And we certainly don't want to incentivize kids to say, oh, well, I got my degree, I'm just not going to bother going to the program.
Exactly my question, yes.
Right, but we think that, we have to provide them with these diplomas. It's just simply unfair to go to their parents and say, well, I'm still doing the PTEC classes that I get for free, but I also want to take 6 more credits, 9 more credits, summer classes, I need financial aid. You can't get your financial aid because you technically don't have an issued diploma. That in and of itself to me is just a disincentive for them to participate in PTEC anyway.
It'd be great if we could have, if there was any examples, if we had any data on that.
Yeah, and I can ask, I'm sure.
I don't know or if you just want to guess, or if you have some ideas, because this is a new kind of idea, so you might not have that data.
I don't have a guess, although I believe it was an oversight when the PTEC was established. I'm not aware of any data that would be there to help support this.
Okay, so we may or may not lose kids. They may say, that they're done. Hopefully that wouldn't happen.
Yeah, we hope not. We hope that it encourages them to stay in it rather than now they may say, hey, I'm going to drop out, give me my diploma, and I'm going to, because I want to take this job.
And if they drop out, do they get the diploma then? If they stop?
Yes.
Oh, okay, well then it's the opposite incentive.
Yes.
Okay, well done. I'm gonna say, that's a nice idea, Delegate Buckle.
Great. Well, it's really the idea of these folks that brought it to me. Believe me, I didn't spend all interim thinking about
It's been
this,
8 long
but,
years and we each did that for each other this
It's
year.
frankly a very simple fix, and I hope we can just get it done and, you know, for the betterment of the kids in the program for every county that has it.
Great, thank you.
Are there any further questions from the committee? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
That concludes the testimony on House Bill 689, and I will call House Bill 782 if the Inspector General could come up. And while he is coming up, I will say, I put this in on the Inspector General's behalf, welcome. And this is a piece of legislation that would alter the powers of his office and do some other things, so I will turn it over to the Inspector General.
Good afternoon, Chair Atterbury, Co-Chair Wilkins, and members of this committee. I am again in front of you to ask for your support in passing House Bill 782. This bill strengthens my office's administrative structure while improving our capability to ensure accountability and compliance at the department level and within public schools. This body established my office to ensure students and education professionals had a mechanism to report without intimidation or reprisal education fraud, waste, and abuse. Unfortunately, that has only sometimes been the case. As a result of complaints received and investigations started, my office has faced resistance from several school systems. First, this legislation would clarify that the Inspector General for Education is a state education authority under the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act, or what is referred to as FERPA. This clarification is also supported by the U.S. Department of U.S. Department of Education and our own Attorney General office. Second, this bill would limit the IG to serving only 2 5-year terms. Third, the bill changes how an IG employee is hired. Currently, my staff is hired as special appointment employees. This practice has made attracting individuals with experience and expertise in conducting complex investigation and audits difficult. The proposed changes would convert my employees to merit employees while allowing the next IG to select their Deputy Inspector General and continue business continuity. Fourth, this legislation would allow the IG to consult with other government agencies and, where necessary, temporarily detail an employee to my office. Fifth, this legislation would allow the IG to have investigative oversight of the Accountability and Implementation Board, or AIB, if a complaint is filed. Sixth, this legislation would provide additional protection to individuals who provide information or work with the IG, according to the Public School Employees Whistleblower Protection Act. And lastly, this bill would require school systems to post signage in education facilities like those published in every state facility by the Office of Legislative Audits. This would allow employees to report fraud, waste, and abuse directly to my office and avoid the Fox Garden henhouse approach. This is also the same verbiage that is used by the Office of Legislative Audits. In the time afforded, I hope I've had briefly covered the purpose of this bill, and again, thank this committee for all your support and the support of my office.
Thank you. Committee, are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I did better this time than last time.
Yeah, you get used to it.
I will. Thank you again.
Thank you, and that concludes no, wait a minute. Yeah, that concludes the testimony on House Bill 782. So now I'm going to call House Bill 770. If Ms. Heiss and Mr. Kerwin could come up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Very nice to meet you. Thank you for introducing.
Good afternoon, committee. I'm Delegate Vanessa Atterbury, and I am going to ask for your favorable report on House Bill 770. I'm going to spare you the rap and poem and freestyle that Alistair wrote for me to begin my presentation with and just get right to the point. The blueprint for Maryland's future and its promise of a world-class education for all students in the states rests on 5 pillars. The first of these is providing early childhood education to all. In order to achieve this goal, the blueprint envisions a mix of public and private providers meeting evidence-based and nationally recognized standards for high-quality pre-kindergarten. The blueprint phases in eligibility for funding pre-K participation over time, beginning with Tier 1 children. As the original legislation was drafted, however, Tier 1 children were only defined to include those with a 300% poverty line. In order to achieve the goals of the blueprint, ensure that an enriching early childhood education is available to everyone, this bill redefines Tier 1 children to include children with disabilities, homeless youth, and children from homes in which English is not the primary language, as was originally intended by the Commission on Innovation and Excellence in Education. I am presenting this bill on behalf of the Accountability and Implementation Board, the agency tasked with implementing the blueprint, in order to ensure that the law on the books reflects the Commission's intent. With that, I will turn my testimony over to 2 of the blueprint's primary architects, William Britt Kerwin, the Vice Chair of the Accountability and Implementation Board, and Rachel Heiss, the Board's Executive Director. Mr. Kerwin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for submitting this bill, offering this bill, and for your excellent testimony. There's hardly anything for me to say, but I do want to take just a moment to put a little context on this particular bill. I think, as you all know, the AIB is an instrument created by the General Assembly to ensure that the blueprint bill is implemented faithfully with the intent of the General Assembly, and that to hold people accountable for its successful implementation. And the blueprint is ably led. The board is ably led by Ike Leggett, and we have an excellent staff led by Rachel Heiss, whom all of you know, sitting on my right. The blueprint, the AIB has spent a good part of last year doing a very important task, namely developing its strategic implementation plan. This is a plan that tells every entity involved in the implementation of the plan, tells them what is expected of them and a timeline for delivering that expectation. This took 8 months to do. It was completed on December 22nd. This is a copy of the implementation plan. We are very, very proud of it. We're also proud of the process we used to create this plan. We held something like 8 open meeting sessions on going over each pillar of the 5 pillars of the blueprint to get feedback from the community. On some of these sessions, they were held by Zoom. There were over 300 people on the call, people coming from all across the state. We got tremendous input in shaping this implementation plan, and the feedback helped shape the final product. And we of course heard, I'll take just one more minute, we of course heard recommendations for some changes to the blueprint, not unexpected. But the AIB decided we're not recommending to the General Assembly any changes, major changes, unless there's evidence that something needs to be changed. But we would support and encourage technical changes. And that's what Madam Chair has just presented to you, a technical change to the bill that the blueprint, the AIB is supports very strongly. Thank you very much.
I will just take a very brief moment to just say that, so what the bill is doing is it's implementing the intent that children who are most likely to be starting the furthest behind, children with disabilities, where English is not the primary language spoken in the home, and children experiencing homelessness receive a priority in full-day pre-K slots as they're open, and that the school systems receive funding for those students. And right now, without this correction, there are, students with, children with disabilities enrolled in full-day pre-kindergarten, but the school systems are not receiving funding for them if they're not income eligible. And so that is what the bill is trying to correct. And other than that, happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for this panel? Delegate Wu. It's me. Oh, it's me.
I'm just counting down. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I looked at data for Howard County. I didn't look at any other counties, right? So I feel the number is underestimated by defining the number 3, the family's primary language is not English, right? So I can immediately think about, I have many friends that will be counted to this category. So even probably for one school, we'll have more than maybe 1,100 students just from one elementary school will be added to this category. So I just wonder how the number has been produced. For example, for Howard County, and the money is $134,000. So if every student got a 10K, that's 13.4 students. If every student got a 1K, it's 134 kids for whole Howard County. I doubt the number is highly underestimated. So if I can get some information on that from your staff, that would be really appreciated.
I'm happy to try to provide more information. The State Department of Education and the Department of Legislative Services developed the fiscal estimate, so we did not do that. But the methodology that they used was, I think, their best attempt at using the data that's available to estimate the number of students that would fall into these 3 categories for 3- and 4-year-olds. It may be overestimated. It may be underestimated, to be honest.
Let's say it's totally underestimated. For example, myself, my kids will fall to this category, right? Because we don't speak English when they were young. And for many first-generation immigrants, they probably try to increase their kids to can speak their native languages, right? So that number will be totally underestimated. That's based on my experience. So I hope if you think about this, try to maybe update the number, that probably can give our legislatures a better understanding what's the true cost for this.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Wu. Any other questions for this panel? All right, seeing none, this panel is dismissed. And while Madam Chair is making her way back, I'll call up Rachel London, John Willems, Maddie Long,
very tall. Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair. I'm Rachel London, the Executive Director of the Maryland Developmental Disabilities Council. We are a statewide public policy organization that creates change to make it possible for people with developmental disabilities to live the lives they want with the support they need. This is going to be the easiest testimony. We've been working on not just the blueprint issue, but inclusive early learning where children with and without disabilities can learn and play together. And like Rachel Heiss said, this bill really does just codify the intent of the blueprint, and in fact, the intent of a work group that happened pre-Kerwin Commission that Madam Chair and I were on with Rachel Heiss, where the original recommendation came out of. So, in very short, me too, we are super supportive of this and want to make sure children with and without disabilities get to learn and play together. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Again, I'm Maddie Long with Strong Schools Maryland, and I'm here in support of House Bill 770. Thank you to Chair Atterbury and the AIB for bringing this bill and making this correction. The passage of the Blueprint for Maryland's Future began a new period in Maryland's journey to achieve educational equity especially with regard to early learning. The blueprint established publicly funded full-day pre-kindergarten in the state so that all children are ready to learn and be successful when they enter kindergarten. With this goal in mind, we're using a tier system to ensure an equitable rollout of this program, with Tier 1 children being the first to receive benefits. The law already requires that priority in expanding full-day pre-kindergarten slots should be given to children from low-income families, children with disabilities, and children living in homes where English is not the primary spoken language, regardless of income. This bill simply follows that logic and makes a technical correction to the definition of Tier 1 child. The fiscal and policy note indicates that the Blueprint Fund revenues are projected to be sufficient to cover mandated annual increases and expenditures such as this through fiscal year 2026, which is the year that the future of the Blueprint Fund is cast into doubt. So I just want to take this opportunity to remind all of you as we hear this bill and about the importance of ensuring the Blueprint is funded completely with fidelity. Time and money is running out. And as we all know, quality early education sets the foundation for lifelong success. Without this bill, we will miss children and families who need publicly funded early ed the most. For these reasons, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, John Willems representing the Maryland Association of Boards of Education. Me too, with the added emphasis that this is an emergency bill with the clear intent to impact the FY24 budget so that students in the 23-24 school year can benefit from the additional funding provided in this legislation. And for that reason, I would urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this panel? Delegate Ebersol?
Who are you, sir, and what have you done with John Willems?
I have written testimony opposing several of the bills you've already heard in our hearing today.
Thanks. Good to know you're hanging in there.
Yes.
Any other questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you all very much for coming today. We have Brianna January virtually, who's testifying favorable with amendment. Whenever you're ready, Ms. January.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair. That will never get old. Brianna January here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in support of HB 770 with amendments. Committee, counties understand and support the intent of the bill, but as drafted, it would be challenging for some counties to implement. The blueprint smartly phases in expansion of Tier 1 fully subsidized pre-K over several fiscal years, and committee, to be frank, that's what counties have planned for. As you've heard, HB 770 would expedite that expansion without local input and without additional state support. Under the bill, this Tier 1 expansion would be a full fiscal year ahead of schedule, maybe even sooner, as it is an emergency bill, as my colleague John Willems just pointed out. Presumably, that bill would then go into effect after counties have already made substantial progress developing, or in some cases, even have approved their budgets. For context, this does mean that counties would need to revisit already settled capital and operating obligations and potentially force county boards of education to renegotiate contracts for the upcoming school year. Committee, if it is the notion of the state to expedite the already settled expansion of Tier 1 pre-K eligibility, counties just respectfully ask that the state should bear that full financial responsibility to do so. As such, MACO has suggested an amendment to the bill to require the state to fully fund those additional Tier 1 students during the expedited period under the bill. I do also know that there is talk about potentially doing so in a forthcoming supplemental budget, which would also fully address our concerns. With that, committee, we do urge a favorable report with that amendment or that supplemental budget, and we look forward to working with you to get that approved.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. January? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. And that concludes the testimony on House Bill 770. Delegate Ebersol, House Bill 568. And whoever would you like to bring up with you? You have Harry Miser, Laura Stewart.
As long as they're favorable.
There's a couple folks that are favorable with amendment, so.
All right, I can stand that. I can take it. Yeah.
Okay, so Henry Miser, please come up. Laura Stewart, please come up.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, I'm Eric Ebersol. I bring before you a bill, and I never liked this during my freshman year when you say that you've heard this before, because a lot of you haven't. So with the indulgence of some of the veteran members, we'll talk about this bill a little bit. This is called Student Organized Peaceful Demonstration, Student Discipline and Policy. I want to be clear, this bill is designed to protect both instruction and students, okay? There are things in this bill, if you read it, you'll see that there are certain guardrails that school systems are allowed to put in. It requires school systems to come up with a peaceful demonstrations policy. And things that they could put in their policy is proper notification, proper location, all those sorts of things that wouldn't allow students to demonstrate and disrupt. I'll use it because I am the math class in the school, okay? And so they can come up with those policies. There are certain things that they are not allowed to restrict students doing. That's being able to speak freely, and there's lots of language in here that talks about language and things that can prevent students from doing that are inflammatory or negative in ways that they can't be. But what happens when students want to demonstrate is they get a little churned up and they walk out of class and they think it's a great thing, and it really is. Students demonstrating on an issue, just like us being here, is part of an educational process to understand the impact that they can have in that way on policy. But as we say, as a teacher, for many, many years, yes, Delegate Feldmark, I was a teacher, that we need to protect instruction also, and I'm always interested in that. So what this would do is it would create guardrails on both sides. There is a part of this that is not understood by a lot of people that says, it's on page 3, if a student doesn't comply with the requirements, they may not impose disciplinary action on the student greater than the consequence. So if a student didn't follow the instructions and didn't notify, like the math club's going to demonstrate because they don't like the number 7, and some kid's not part of the math club, but he goes out or she goes out and demonstrates, they could be cutting class, but they can't be punished greater than that for making that mistake. They cut class, not because the demonstration shouldn't go further, and that's all that does. And you're going to hear some testimony. There's a lot of concern when this came up last year that we defined on-school property or at a school-sponsored activity, or, here it comes, on a school bus. And everybody's worried about that. Are we opening up school buses to demonstration? I suggest the opposite, but we're going to have a possible amendment, and I'm willing to go there. We actually want the schools to be able to regulate demonstration on a school bus, because it's not a great place to demonstrate unless you're just wearing an armband or something, but even that might be incite problems. And I do really feel for school bus drivers. I taught for 35 years, and I always faced my class. I never had them all sitting behind me. And so I really do appreciate the situation they're in. I wanted that to be inclusive, but we need to make it inclusive in a way that is productive for them. And with that, I've given the overview. I've got a couple people here who want to talk, and I'd love to have them to have a chance, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Ways and Means Committee. For the record, my name is Henry J. Miser. I'm the co-founder of Safe Schools USA, which is a nationally recognized school safety organization which provides leadership and has trained over 100 school leadership officials in the fields of school safety, school security, current trends, and student advocacy. Civic engagement and civic demonstration is a key component of the social studies curriculum in Maryland, and what better way to encourage and teach this than by allowing students themselves to advocate for what they believe is right. Now, I want to turn this committee's attention, and for those of you who are veterans of this committee, you may remember House Bill 629 from the 2021 session. This was brought by former Delegate Novotny, and this is an example of why House Bill 568 is so critically important. Now, this bill sought to limit the voice of Maryland student members on boards of education. And this is a prime example of when students should have been able to go out and assemble peacefully at schools so that school leadership, county leadership, and state leadership can hear just how important we believe the student voice is. Students must be able to assemble for certain causes peacefully. It would be hypocritical to teach this in our school curriculum, but not allow it to actually happen. House Bill 568 allows students to be heard, just as we teach in our social studies curriculum. As Delegate Elversall mentions, it provides guardrails that also help to protect the school safety and security. It supports what we teach as a representational democracy and the right to be heard by someone in primary and secondary education. And for these reasons, I'd urge this committee to produce a favorable report, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
I'll play cleanup. My name is Laura Stewart. I am here to represent Free State PTA, which represents over 50,000 volunteer members and families in over 500 public schools. We are here to support House Bill 568 because it aligns with Free State PTA's principle for legislative action, which states that parent, family, student, and community involvement in education is crucial. Civic action is an important part of a student's education. A founding principle of our PTA is our mission, which is to promote the safety and well-being of all children and youth. House Bill 568 is consistent with this principle in that it allows for students to engage in organized civic demonstrations in a safe manner with at least 48 hours notification to their school. The bill requires the school's help in securing a safe location on school grounds, on a bus, or at a school-sponsored event. Free State PTA believes that student civic engagement should be encouraged so that our youth can voice their concerns to us. A study published in the Journal of Child Development points out that engaging in civic activities can have positive effects on teenagers' mental and physical health, specifically voting, volunteering, and activism. Being involved in the community can help reduce depression and lower the chances of unhealthy behavior, such as substance abuse, researchers found. This bill addresses safety concerns and strikes a reasonable balance for the students' safety and their need to use their voice. And PTA will always stand behind the student voice. Therefore, Free State PTA urges a favorable report on HB 568. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this panel from the committee?
And Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
We passed this bill in the House. It wasn't held in committee. The Senate decided not to act on it. So the House has felt this was a good bill in the past. I hope this new House does.
Okay, Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few quick questions. One, the school bus part does worry me, especially if you have it is applicable to the school bus?
I would submit that if we don't put the school bus on there, then we can't develop policies about how kids can demonstrate on school buses. In other words, the school system would just have to apply all their discipline policies, but they couldn't regulate it. And so that's the reason we included it, was to help create hopefully a safer school bus situation in the event that students wanted to demonstrate, because there would be rules around it. I'm willing to strike it if people are worried about it, but I think it actually serves a purpose. The school bus drivers are coming up with some language for us that they think would be better, and they've submitted it. And if it looks good, I'll do it, but if not, one of you can do it. You know, I'd like to see what they come up with. Because the intent is there to make the school bus a safer place, not a less safe place.
And I understand that, but they're driving, and there's only one bus driver, and they have a lot going on anyway, and I can't imagine them trying to manage that just from their perspective.
Well, yeah, I don't envision schools letting kids, run around a bus. So I think they can make a policy on that, if you decide that you're going to make a statement on a bus, you got to stay in your seat. Okay.
Right.
Or something
like you said,
that.
just where something.
They could do that, yes.
Okay. And then the other one is, which is always a tricky one because it's very subjective, actually, is the disruption to the educational environment. Schools have a very wide latitude when it comes to that part of it. So just saying, minimize disruption to the it could be very disruptive, even just walking out or moving or, depending on how they're doing that. So are there any guardrails that you foresee putting up about that at all?
We don't prevent local school systems from creating those guardrails.
Okay, but they could. It doesn't. So the bill does not
That's
present
what the bill
that.
says. They have to develop a policy. We just have these minimums.
Okay, okay. And then I think that pretty much answered most of them. Has this been an issue as far as the discipline? Again, remember, I'm the new guy here, so yeah,
Yes.
So
In
that
fact,
you've
I got
been-
asked a question on the floor last year by a member from, I want to say Cecil or Harford County, who said that the kids had gotten in a whole lot of trouble for demonstrating.
Mhm.
And, what is this designed to do? I said, it's designed to give the kids some direction
Mhm.
on how to manage a demonstration and not let it be so organic that it endangers them, that they're in the street, or that they're disrupting instruction. And so I said, yeah, it's to protect them, it's to keep them from going overboard. It lets them have the experience of trying to influence policy by demonstrating, but it also lets them learn.
Okay, and then the last question I have is, so we saw in demonstrations at colleges particularly, there was an intimidation factor to join in. Does anything prevent a school system from putting that into place where, you know, we certainly don't want other students to feel pressured or feel like they have to, like if they really like that number 7 and they want to keep that?
I know, and I'm glad Delegate Buckles not here because I'm going to say, I really believe in local control on this one.
Okay.
So there you go.
Okay, so I can quote you?
He would have had to snort when I said that, okay?
All right, thank you.
Delegate Long.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make perfectly clear, as I was listening to the testimony, are you suggesting that they do peaceful demonstrations on a school bus?
Yeah, well, what would you count? Yes, if I wear an armband to support a cause and that the school system feels it's not inappropriate or harassing or threatening or inappropriate, then that's a demonstration on a bus.
The only question I would have is, that being said, what would happen when these kids would say, we can demonstrate, and it gets out of hand on a school bus?
Well, that could happen in any case. Okay, students can do that now. Nobody's telling them, I mean, they can still get in trouble. But I would like to believe that the school policy would say, for example, if you decide to conduct a demonstration on a school bus where you talk about an issue or you wear armbands, you have to stay in your seats while the bus is in motion. You can't get up and harass the driver. That can all be in the policy and protect the bus driver and protect the bus and protect the students, because obviously if they're doing that, they could, they could cause an accident.
Problems, sure.
Yep.
Actually, from experience, I used to drive a church bus on Wednesday evening with 50 kids behind me. And let me tell you, these bus drivers don't make enough money.
Come on, Delegate Long. Church kids are nice. Come on, let's go.
Okay.
Any other questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you all very much. Aaron Pell, I didn't see you back there. Come on up, and then we have 2 folks signed up virtually that are one favorable and one favorable with amendment. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair. Erin Appel here with Capital Strategies. I'm favorable with amendment on behalf of my client, the Maryland School Bus Contractors Association. They are the private companies that own and operate their own school buses and contract with local school systems to transport kids almost in every jurisdiction in the state. And I'd like to start just by thanking the sponsor for delivering my testimony, because he pretty much delivered all the talking points that I was going to raise, and we're very grateful to him for the conversations that we've had thus far and his intent to ensure school bus safety and his willingness to work with us on an amendment, which we're in the process of doing. But just to underscore, school buses are unlike any other form of school property. You have one driver with up to 80 high school students. Any distraction to that driver could cause, obviously, imminent harm to anyone on the bus. And, peaceful demonstrations, while they should be respected and permitted under certain circumstances, can include chanting, possibly singing. I don't know whether students would be standing, but all of those things could be very distracting to a driver. So certain parameters specific to the school bus should be considered. And we look forward to working with the sponsor on those. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. And now Christiana Coetzee and Keshana Cross, if either one are in the waiting room.
Hello, this is Keshina Cross, and I thank you so much to the chair, the committee chairman, as well as the presenters. Thank you for bringing this bill to the floor. It is such an important opportunity for our young folks to take the helm of leadership, and in doing so, to become part of the democratic process. It is so important what you have brought forth, the right to protest peacefully. A lot of what we have done in the NAACP is to encourage the rights and the civil liberties of persons of color throughout the American story. We are also looking at the rights and civil liberties of our youth, regardless of color, as we are building back stronger a family that had been ripped and torn from COVID-19. What I will tell you is our children are smart, educated, and they have an idea of what the future should look like. I am grateful for the committee for thinking about the school buses. I come from a family of 9. My mother was an educator, 3rd grade, and a school bus driver. I do know the challenges that comes with adverse behavior on a bus. So that is with the amendment, I am in favor. Thank you all for considering the free democratic process and allowing the First Amendment to be transferred into those students who will be mapping the way forward for us in the future. We have to empower our children and allow them to paint the vision of what greater tomorrow looks like and becoming a part of the process versus looking on the outside of the process. We are combating the disenfranchisement, which is causing rampant violence, and the dysfunctional behavior, which is causing so much dissension. Thank you for your support, and I am in favor with the amendment for the school bus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Cross? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Ms. Cross. And next.
Chair Atterbury, I'm happy to be speaking with you as one of your constituents. Vice Chair Wilkins and esteemed members of the committee, my name is Christina Codzi, and I'm speaking to you as the director of the Maryland Student Coalition in favor of House Bill 568 and as a senior within the Howard County Public School System. Freedom of speech is illustrated to students beginning as early as elementary school. From the civil rights movements to the suffrage movement to hallmark Supreme Court trials such as Tinker v. Des Moines. Time and time again, students learn that one's expression, one's voice is key to changing and advancing the world. In turn, students must be able to practice the same civic engagement that they learn in class. House Bill 568 will do exactly this. It will protect the vital student right to demonstrate without any additional administrative consequences. If passed, House Bill 568 will protect students in 2 ways: protection of expression and their physical safety. It will serve as a uniform code, providing students and administrators alike with a platform to agree upon conditions for a peaceful demonstration. With the implementation of this bill, both groups will be provided ample time to mutually discuss logistics and understand each other's roles and expectations within an agreed-upon neutral framework. In other words, both students' voices and safety will be protected. Currently, across the state, different jurisdictions have different ways and rules surrounding student demonstrations. House Bill 568 will standardize the rules around peaceful student demonstration while allowing within certain boundaries for customization across locales. If there are no guidelines for school systems to adhere to, students may continue to be stripped of their freedom of speech without consequence. In its purest form, House Bill 568 is instrumental for both the likes of local jurisdictions and the students that they must protect. Now we are students, soon we will be leaders. Giving today's students the opportunity to practice leadership through peaceful expression of their voice allows students to grow into the responsible civic leaders of the future. For the reasons stated above, I urge the committee to issue a favorable report on House Bill 568. Thank you.
Thank you, and good to see you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. And that concludes the testimony on House Bill 568. House Bill 576, Delegate Ebersol, step back up.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Eric Ebersol, and I'm bringing before you a bill that changes policies and some reporting qualifications for bullying, harassment, and intimidation. We do have code that defines what bullying is, and it's especially relevant if it's motivated by an actual or perceived personal characteristic, including race, national origin, marital status, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, religion, ancestry, physical attributes, socioeconomic status, familial status, physical or mental ability, or disability. It's quite a list, but having taught high school, I know that sometimes this is the motivation for students to get picked on or bullied. One of the problems is that people who are in these protected classes are often picked on and they're sort of ashamed that they were. And so when it happens, what is supposed to happen is a report is supposed to get filed, but often a student is embarrassed and will say to whomever was there when it happened, whatever teacher or adult, it's okay, I'm fine, doesn't matter, it's fine. It's not. We know it's not. And so they will go home probably traumatized on some level, and no one will know. they'll go to bed and have to go back to school the next day with the same group of students and the same possibility. And so I've had a constituent call me and say, is there any way that you can require that we find this out? And so that's what this bill attempts to do. It says, first of all, that student can make there is a report that MSDE has for these situations that can be filled out. It's available already. And once that report is made, it rises to a new level because now it becomes an official event rather than one where the student says, I'm fine. The problem is that we have to find a way for students to make sure that these get reported. And so this bill says that if the student declines to report it, or even the parent, but really we're looking more at the student in this case, that it will be incumbent upon the school administrator to either themselves or appoint someone who saw the event to create the report. And then the report becomes something that needs to be dealt with and noted. And so we also then said, and this is a point of some concern, I wanted the student parents or whoever is with them in the evening to know before they were there and went to bed and woke up the next day. Right now, the bill says they have to be notified once this report is made, and hopefully we'll have some more accurate reporting in 3 days. Well, 3 days is not really soon enough for someone to find out that something like this has happened to a child in school. And we're not just talking about high schoolers here, you know, we're up and down the line. There's a lot of misunderstanding about who people are and why we should respect them. And so we went with 12 hours because my thought was, is that way it would pretty much guarantee that some sort of notification would occur, perhaps before the student went to bed, or at the very least, if the parents need to wake them up and talk to them, or can talk to them next morning before they go back to school the next day. We need to really help, and there are horrific stories out there. And so this bill rises to try to protect those students in this case. And I hope that in the interest of full disclosure, because certainly someone's going to discover this, the LGBTQ community came forward to me and said, there are households where students who are beginning to think that they want to be transgender or behaving in a transgender fashion at school or are gay, that their parents don't know and might not react well to that. And so at their request, we placed in this bill a carve-out where if that student didn't want that report made home, they could request that, because I don't want to put the student in more danger, and there's a possibility of that. And so we did that, and people are concerned, and I've heard stories, well, there was a gay child who got beat up and got knocked out and had to be taken to the hospital. My response is that would already be reported, whether or not it was reported as being a response to them being gay, but at the very least, the parents would know they had been through a trauma. So we're talking about more the incidents where kids will claim they're okay, they're fine, and then no report needs to be made. And in some of these cases, children would have to return to a home where that information might be detrimental to them. And with that, I ask you for a favorable report on this bill.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the bill sponsor? Okay, I'd like to call up Henry Meiser, Aaron Malone, Maddie Long, and then the rest of the folks are virtual.
Henry, you've done it once. Why don't you start?
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Ways and Means Committee. For the record, my name is Henry J. Meiser, and the other hat that I wear in addition to Safe Schools USA is I'm also the Student Commissioner to the Governor's Commission on Suicide Prevention, and in this capacity, I represent the interests of Maryland's over 900,000 primary and secondary school students. My first priority in this capacity is to advocate for the mental, physical, and overall well-being of Maryland students in and outside of our classrooms. Most simply, this bill provides additional protections to students who are particularly vulnerable to bullying and harassment at school and unfortunately also at home. Now, I specifically want to talk about the provision which Delegate Eversole mentioned about our LGBTQ youth in our schools. Now, this bill permits that if a student is a victim to bullying or harassment regarding their actual or perceived gender or sexual identity, the decision to notify a parent or guardian remains in the hands of the student, and that's how it should be. This allows our students to build a network of trust, which they may not have at home within the classroom, and it prevents the unintentional outing of a student, or in other words, the disclosure of any portion of a student's gender or sexual identity which they do not want disclosed. The act of outing can be detrimental to any student, from grades as low as elementary school all the way through high school. It is the greatest violation of anyone's privacy, and is also one of the leading causes in youth death by suicide. Now, for these reasons and those outlined in my written testimony, I'd urge this committee to produce a favorable report to protect the integrity and trust networks of our most vulnerable populations in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. For the record, my name is Erin Malone. However, I prefer to be called Rose. I'm a 14-year-old non-binary lesbian, and I'm lucky to have parents who fully support me for who I am. Many other LGBTQIA+ youth, however, are not so fortunate. The act of outing an LGBTQ child can jeopardize their safety and well-being, as they could be at risk of being kicked out of their home or becoming a victim of abuse in their household. By allowing the victim to choose if a parent is informed, it not only secures that child's right to privacy, but also their safety. This legislation protects a victim from being bullied a second time at home at the hands of their family. According to the ACLU, children and adults have a constitutional right not to have intimate facts about their life disclosed without their consent. It is imperative for the safety of LGBTQ youth to have a right to their privacy, and Bill HB 576 helps to protect that right to privacy. I urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members. Once again, my name's Maddie Long. I promise this is the last time you'll hear from me today. I'm with Strong Schools Maryland. The Blueprint for Maryland's Future shares House Bill 576's vision of trustworthy relationships between students, schools, and parents within our state. This bill makes necessary updates to our state's education code to reflect a commitment to not only uphold student safety, but also affirm students' privacy. We don't get to world-class schools through hatred or bigotry against marginalized communities. An incidence of bullying on the basis of perceived or actual sex, sexual orientation, or gender identity, reporting is crucial, but just as crucial, student autonomy and the safety that our students may feel at school that they may not have at home. Strong Schools values justice. We believe the policies impacting our state's students must protect them so they can thrive. We urge every member of this committee to support House Bill 576 on the basis of the written testimony we have submitted, and encourage you to devote your time to advancing legislation that promotes healthy, positive relationships between schools and students. For these reasons, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you all for coming today. Great job. Next, we have virtually Frank Pantianella.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Frank Pathinella, Senior Education Advocate, the ACLU of Maryland. The ACLU supports House Bill 576. We agree with shortening the time period to notify the parents about a bullying matter from 3 days to 12 hours after school staff learn about the incident. We are also in agreement with the language that would prohibit school staff from notifying a parent or guardian about a child's alleged or perceived sexual orientation or gender identity. The ACLU firmly contends that these protections are already guaranteed under the 14th Amendment of the Constitution and under Title IX in the federal civil rights law. But House Bill 576 is needed to reaffirm a student's right to privacy because we're seeing that some schools are unaware about these protections. Students working through their personal issues are already going through a lot of distress, and it's well known in the LGBTQ community that when they're involuntarily outed, the environment at home and school can become much more stressful. Depending on how the parent or family members receive this new information, these children can be exposed to further psychological, emotional, or even physical harm, which could lead to exacerbate mental health conditions such as depression and anxiety. And children have committed or attempted to commit suicide because of being outed. One thing the bill leaves out, which we also contend is included in federal law, is that it doesn't explicitly protect a student from school staff disclosing personal information related to the student's gender identity or sexual orientation to other students or staff in the school building. So we ask the committee to amend the bill to ensure that disclosure about a student's gender identity or sexual orientation among classmates and other school staff must also be at the discretion of the student. Last spring, you might recall a news story about a student in Calvert County who was pressured to disclose personal sexual orientation information as school staff was working to address a bullying situation. Maybe the intention of school staff was good to foster understanding, but the child became overly distressed and attempted suicide. This must never happen again in our schools. That said, please give this bill a favorable report with the aforementioned amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Pantinella? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Next, Reese Byers, please.
Apologies, it won't let me start my video.
Can you keep trying and can we circle back to you?
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
Got it.
There you are.
There we
Yep,
go.
we see you. Go ahead.
Hi. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Reese Byers. I am non-binary, use they, them pronouns, and I am the Community Navigator for Free State Justice. I provide case management services for LGBTQ+ Maryland youth, and I am here in support of House Bill 576. This bill would be life-changing to many LGBT Marylanders in the school system who do not have accepting families. It will help youth feel safe and secure in schools and prevent LGBT students in Maryland from facing additional discrimination at home when they already face it at school. When a child is being bullied because of their identity at school, even well-meaning teachers run the risk of putting students through the same bullying or worse at home, especially if the teacher does not understand the student's situation and sends a careless notification home. This bill prevents these youth from being outed to their parents by giving students discretion to talk to their parents about their identity when they feel safe to do so. In a worst-case scenario, an outed youth can become homeless in minutes. This bill helps build trust between the youth and the teachers and guidance counselors in the school, giving these youth a place to feel safe and supported without fear of an unsafe home dynamic. On a personal note, I was bullied for my gender identity in middle and high school. Because of this, I was outed to my father, who proceeded to harass me about it further at home. This made my life a 24/7 cycle of being afraid no matter where I went and spending as much time away from home as possible. I did everything I could to find safe spaces outside of home through friends and other family. In the end, I always had to go home to the guarantee of harassment and bullying. It was a miserable existence that led to mental and physical health needs that were eventually met after I moved out. This bill would prevent this and allow bullied youth to come out to their parents on their own timeline, not the schools. For this reason, Free State Justice and I urge a favorable report on House Bill 576. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for being here today. Next, the final witness, Kashina Cross, please.
I thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. It is so important that
we can't see you. Can you give us 1 second? We can't see you.
It is so important that we trust our students, and we trust our students with their right and their voice. Democracy comes in many different colors and flavors in America. It is what makes us great. If we don't contend with the rights and the freedoms of our Constitution, the 14th Amendment gives us the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I think it is time that the committee put into real consideration that we were founded as a nation of many opportunities, of many promises, of many colors, of many challenges, of many struggles, and even our own domestic struggles, out of which was birthed the greatest, most superior nation. We call ourselves a nation among nations. We're in the top 5 because we have a nation of heroes that were born out of opportunity. I thank you for bringing forth this bill, for allowing our youth to have an opportunity of self-expression, that right to belong on their own terms. We are coming from the baby boomer age, and I was born to parents that were 40 and 50 when I was born. Let me just say this. They gave me a right to have a voice, and it turned us into something that they, in their wildest dreams, based on where they were born and where I was born would ever have thought could achieve. Let the children achieve greatness. Give them their voice. Thank you so much for bringing this bill to the table.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. And that concludes the testimony on House Bill 576, House Bill 638, Delegate Edelson. And is there anyone you want to bring up with you?
Yes.
Okay, come on up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of this esteemed committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Mark Edelson, here to present HB 638. The purpose of this bill is to set up a Holocaust Education Assistance Grant Program in the State Department of Education to assist local schools with Holocaust education in our public schools. The structure is relatively straightforward. The program would be administered by MSDE. Each local school would have the ability to apply to the department for a grant fund for the program for up to $50,000 each for Holocaust-related teacher training, teaching materials, or trips and activities. You might be asking yourselves two questions. Why me, and why now? Why me? You might look at me and think, this guy has light-colored hair, light-colored eyes, and he talks funny. Why is he sponsoring a Holocaust education bill? Well, like so many other minority groups, not all Jewish people look, sound, and act the same. But that is what one maniacal madman and a highly educated population wanted the world to believe when they lined up every man, woman, and child of Jewish descent and murdered over 6 million of my ancestors in cold blood and with clinical precision in 44,000 concentration camps in Germany and across Nazi Europe only 78 years ago. Why is this necessary now? Well, a recent and extensive 50-state survey on American knowledge of the Holocaust revealed devastating results, specifically among younger Americans aged 18 to 39. 1 in 10 believes that the Holocaust never happened. 23% of those think it's a myth or that the number of those killed has been highly exaggerated. 12% said they had never even heard the word Holocaust before. Here is where we are losing them. Almost half of the respondents, 49%, said they had seen Holocaust denial and distortion content on social media. The result, 11% say they think that the Jews, not the Nazis, were responsible for the Holocaust. And I hate to tell you, the numbers are even worse in Maryland at 13%. Almost half, 48%, couldn't name a single concentration camp. And 63% were unaware that the actual number of Jews killed in the Holocaust was 6 million. Overall, Maryland was in the 10 states with the lowest Holocaust knowledge score in the survey. But here's the positive. 64% of all millennials and Gen Z want significantly more Holocaust education. And 80% of all respondents believe that it is important to continue teaching about the Holocaust so that it does not ever happen again. That is where we step in, colleagues. The antidote for misinformation and conspiracy theory is accurate and well-communicated education of the real facts. I will note that in the written testimony that you have in your files, there is a letter of support from the MSEA, Maryland State Education Association. The purpose of this bill is to do exactly what 80% of the respondents recognize as critical, to ensure that it never happens again. For those reasons, I humbly request a favorable report from this committee on HB 638 and will now turn it over to the rest of my panel for their testimony.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Abby Snyder. I'm the Director of Government Relations for the Baltimore Jewish Council, which represents the Associated Jewish Federation of Baltimore and its agencies. We are here today in support of HB 638, which establishes this Holocaust Education Grant Program. I'm going to take a few minutes to elaborate a little bit more on the statistics that Delegate Edelson shared, because you are also going to be hearing from some great witnesses who have personal anecdotes that I think are really going to touch your hearts. As the delegate mentioned, in 2020, this 50-state survey was completed by the Conference of Jewish Material Claims Against Germany. And Maryland, as he mentioned, was ranked among 9 other states to have the lowest Holocaust knowledge scores. Some of those states include Georgia, Louisiana, Florida, Mississippi, and Arkansas. Those are not typical states for Maryland to be grouped with, and that information was shocking to us. In light of these results, it's not shocking that according to Maryland State Police's 2021 hate bias report, anti-Jewish hate crimes account for more than 1 in 10 hate crimes across the state. As he alluded, in the statistics from specifically Maryland, 75% of those students, the Gen Zers and millennials that completed the survey, are interested in furthering their Holocaust education. And if it's something that our students are asking for, it's kind of our duty to establish a program to provide that. So we thank Delegate Edelson for proposing this Holocaust Education Assistant Grant Program to hire the proper entities to lead professional development training on Holocaust curriculum, to provide needed materials to both teachers and students for effective lessons, and to allow funding to go to activities directly related to Holocaust education. And with all this, we urge a favorable report on HB 638. Thank you.
Sorry, I don't have a mic. Sorry. Okay. Hi, my name is Rachel Barold. I'm a 9th grader at Walt Whitman High School. Back in December, the week before winter break, our school was graffitied with "Jews not welcome." I personally have been bat mitzvahed. I have been proud to be Jewish my entire life, and I'm proud to be sitting here before you today. In response to this, what we did is myself, a few other students, we created an organization called Jews for Change at our school, and I know you've heard a lot about walkouts today, but we organized one. We had over 300 students attend, which for the day before winter break is a big deal for us. With the support of our school, we got attendances excused, etc. And it was extremely impactful, but our message at that walkout was that we needed increased Holocaust education. I go to high school. We are probably the most active on social media of anyone you've ever seen. And Kanye West and Nick Fuentes and everyone on social media are so gullible to misinformation about Jews, and it is almost the entire student body at Whitman's opinion that if we had actually received proper Holocaust education starting way earlier than we have it now, we would have never come to this place where our school was vandalized like this, where we had to organize as a student body to beg our school district to work with us to increase Holocaust education. Because we as a student Jewish body are so misunderstood. We're all portrayed as rich, but then we're living in some of the worst neighborhoods of our school district. We're portrayed as having too much power, but barely any of our teachers are Jewish. And that's why it's so important that we actually educate our youth on this. Sorry.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Brook. I'm here in support of this bill because I believe it's critical to ensuring the safety of our Jewish community. My ancestors came to the United States in the early 1900s to escape persecution in Russia. For 5 generations, we've been proud Marylanders. My grandfathers fought in World War II. My grandmother served proudly in U.S. Women's Army Corps. I have 2 young children, 6 and 7 years old, and their mother and I teach them to be proud Americans of Jewish and Korean descent. As you can imagine, the holidays are quite isolating for young children who do not celebrate Christmas, and this past holiday season was made more difficult for my daughter because of anti-Semitism in her kindergarten classroom. One day in December, my daughter came home. She looked sullen, and I asked her what was wrong, and she said she was told, and one of her classmates told her that Jews are bad and that Hanukkah is bad. And I asked her how it made her feel, and she simply said it made her feel sad. She buried her head in my chest, and it broke my heart. As you could probably tell, it still does. I explained to my little innocent girl that Jews and Hanukkah aren't bad. But sometimes people say things because they don't know any better. Unfortunately, several weeks later, another child in her classroom laughed at her while they were washing their hands and said, I said something bad about Jews. Just a couple days ago, my daughter cried herself to sleep and asked me, why did they say such hurtful things? I don't blame these children. They're as innocent as my daughter, but it must be recognized that someone taught them these views. And we have an obligation to teach them that this type of thinking is wrong and it's dangerous if left unchecked. We have an obligation to help support the educators to understand how to respond to these types of situations. So for these reasons, I hope that you will support this bill because I think it's really important. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate questions, Delegate Vogel?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate Edelson, for bringing this really important and timely bill. As you're sitting here testifying, I just got a notification that our superintendent in Montgomery County reported that since Friday, so in 2 days, there have been 9 anti-Semitic incidents in Montgomery County Public Schools. So the story that you just told from Whitman is happening again and again and again and again and again. So I'm curious, you talked about the fact that Holocaust education is going down, right, with these newer generations. And you mentioned the proliferation of hate online and how that ends up causing real world harm. I'm curious as to what you see the impact of this bill, what you see as the impact of this bill, especially with the rise in anti-Semitic hate crimes that we're seeing in our schools right now.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I saw that notification as well. I think it's exactly what Mr. Brooks said, which is that, innocent children, if they have these beliefs, they were taught them somewhere. And it's incumbent on us to check these beliefs and to teach our children the right way to understand all of humanity, frankly. And I think for us as a legislature to recognize that there is absolutely no question that these incidents are on the rise. And we have to act with the same, if not more, urgency than those who are acting against us to give our children the incorrect information about the past and about their fellow Americans. So that's the intent and the goal of this bill, is to take a step forward in teaching our children appropriately and hopefully start to turn these numbers around, particularly in Maryland.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. First, I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank the bill sponsor for the bill. And sir, I want to thank you as a parent. It's hard to deal with and have your child hurt like that. My question is for the bill sponsor. So this is my second year in this committee, and I'm told a lot. We don't do curriculum. We don't say what curriculum should be. We don't say what curriculum should be. On the same token, I spent 7 years in the Judiciary Committee where we passed anti-hate crime legislation because at schools, at libraries, and at other venues, there are nooses being hung that target African Americans. There is anti-Asian hate speech being written in graffiti. So my question is, would you be open to including, because this is what this committee is going to have to deal with 100%. I have the chair of the Black Caucus right here. we're gonna have to include, if we go down this road with you, which I'm not saying we shouldn't, because I think we need to start being real about a lot of things, about the Holocaust. Would you be open to, you know, about African Americans and how we were arrived here and slavery? And then there's Asian American culture, and then there's also Native Americans, you know. So I just want you to know that that's the conversation that this committee realistically is going to have when we're discussing this bill. So it's really not a question. That's kind of just a statement for you and to the young lady who came from high school to testify. So thank you for that. Just so you know that that's what we're going to have to look at. And it's kind of, you know, in the bucket, what's in the bucket, because it's all important. It's all significant, and it all affects, you know, our children. We had hate crimes, and my kids learned the N-word in school, in elementary school. So it's something we're going to have to deal with. Any questions? Okay, we're going to call the next panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think we have some virtual folks here. I'm going to call them in no particular order, so if you see them in the weight room, you can just pull up whoever is there. Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Come forward. Go ahead and state your name.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Schnitzer-Kotak. Okay, great, thank you. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, committee members, thank you so much for providing me the opportunity to testify in favor of HB 638. I want to thank Delegate Adelson for sponsoring this important bill. My name is Rebecca Schnitzer-Kotak, a native Marylander and Maryland certified school counselor, working for the past decade as an elementary school counselor in Maryland's largest school district, Montgomery County Public Schools. I'm also the granddaughter of Ethel and Stephen Schnitzer, survivors of Nazi labor and concentration camps during World War II. Whenever my grandma would witness any of her grandchildren celebrating a Jewish milestone, she would shake her head and say, "I never could have imagined this," with pride. If she were alive today, I would sadly have to tell her that she never could have imagined that in 2023, at the MCPS school that my children, her great-grandchildren, attend, just last week, a student dressed up like Hitler and gave the Nazi salute as another student photographed him and shared the photo on social media with hundreds of students. I would sadly have to tell her that my daughter's MCPS 7th grade English teacher asked his students as they were reading a book what they thought the Jewish experience was like during World War II, to which my daughter raised her hand and said, "Do you mean the Holocaust?" To which he said, "Well, I didn't want to offend anyone by using that term." I would have to tell my grandma that she never could have imagined that in 2023, at the school that I work at in MCPS, 2 of my 5th grade students walked around at recess just a few weeks ago asking other students if they were Jewish and then pretended to shoot those who said yes. Rockville, Maryland. It's in the Washington Post. Our school's response was clumsy. Our administration took too long to respond. Our teachers struggled to find the right words to address this incident with our students. Our communication to parents was insensitive, that went fast, and underestimated the pain that this incident had caused. Despite working in the county with the largest Jewish population in Maryland, my colleagues and I received no training on how to talk to our students about anti-Semitism and the Holocaust. Delegates, us teachers, we're trained in everything. Every year, I listen to a 90-minute bloodborne pathogen webinar. So I think we can make some room for Holocaust training. I urge the state of Maryland to take action and prioritize Holocaust professional development in our schools by passing Bill 638 and establishing the Holocaust Education Assistant Grant Program. Madam Chairwoman, this is not a curriculum bill, this is a student safety bill. Maya Angelou famously said, "Do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better." I implore you to help our teachers know better so that our students can do better by providing a favorable report on HB 638. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, well, good, because she's gone.
I love questions.
That's fine.
Does anyone have any questions?
No questions. Okay, we will call the next set of folks that are all virtual. Anna Marie Fournier, Martha Weinman, Sarah Winkleman, Lindsay Vance, Adam Raskin, Jared Bandos, and then there's one unfavorable, Vince McAvoy. So whatever order, just. What is that? Anna Marie Fournier.
Good afternoon. I'm grateful to have listened to the testimony that's come before me. My name is Anne Marie Fournier, and I've been a language arts teacher in Anne Arundel County for 12 years. I currently serve the children and family of AACPS Virtual Academy. I'm testifying in favor of House Bill 638, the Holocaust Education Assistance Grant Program. As a teacher, I believe that this bill will serve as a necessary and needed source of professional development and training. Schools, especially public schools, are a critical facet to our democracy. It is imperative that schools play a role in upholding democratic values through critical thinking, analysis of texts, and respectful discourse. Students are appreciative of truth and history and feel empowered when they interact with complex questions. The training, material, and resources provided from this bill can only lead to an enriching dialectical process that promotes inquiry, empathy, and the modeling of the very democracy we hope to preserve. The spread of Holocaust distortion and denial and other hate speech via social media has been an ongoing concern among educators, including myself. It encourages me to see that legislators seek to address the complexities of Holocaust education in our modern era by empowering Maryland educators with the support we need with HB 638. Thank you sincerely.
Thank you. Next, Martha Weinman.
Good afternoon. I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you, but we cannot see you.
Okay, I'm trying, but it's not working. It said the host has asked you to start your video, which I'm going to try to do.
There you go. We can see you. Go ahead, please.
There we go. It's a little tricky for us oldsters. First of all, thank you for proposing this bill. It is certainly very, very, very necessary. I was born in Germany. I came over here when I was 6 years old. I had two older brothers, quite a bit older, both of whom served in the US Army a few years later after we came to this country. I lost significant family members, including my grandfather, who went with us on the train to the Dutch border when we were leaving Germany after my father's release from Buchenwald. We were very fortunate that he got out, but he was in terrible health from which he never recovered. So after a very lengthy trip to get to this country, from the time we left Germany, it was another year until we came here. But I'm very distressed now to hear some of the testimony of other people, because at my age, I'm not in touch with what's going on in the schools, but I certainly read, and I'm a frequent speaker in past years on behalf of the Baltimore Jewish Council. I speak to teachers and I speak to school children. I've already have some on my schedule now that are coming up soon. But it's so important that teachers have the tools to properly teach this material. I've always found their intense interest in the difficulties of educating children about the subject very profound. I hope that the request that we're making is going to continue and enhance Holocaust education. As a survivor who lost so much family and suffered, and to this day, I may not look it and I may not sound it, but the trauma really never goes away. So I think this is the significance of imparting the Holocaust to young minds cannot be minimized. I certainly hope that this passes in due time, that it doesn't take too long, and that we teach and develop appropriate age instructions for this very, very difficult subject. Upon its
Ma'am, I'm going to have to
acceptance-
ask you to wrap up your testimony.
All right, then let me just say that when this is validated and is passed, the meaning of "we will never forget" becomes even more valid. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much. Sarah Winkleman.
Good afternoon, Chair Atterbury, Vice Chair Wilkins, and members of the House Ways and Means Committee. My name is Sarah Winkleman, Director of Education Programs and Services for the Jewish Community Relations Council of Greater Washington. I'm testifying today in support of House Bill 638. I want to thank Delegate Edelson for sponsoring this bill. As you may know, the JCRC is the umbrella group representing over 100 Jewish agencies, synagogues, and schools in the DC region. One of the JCRC's most sacred responsibilities is to facilitate Holocaust remembrance and education. HB 638 would fund training for teachers to bolster Holocaust education. This is critical because learning about the Holocaust demonstrates the fragility of all societies and of the institutions that are supposed to protect the security and rights of all. Holocaust education highlights aspects of human behavior that affects all societies, such as the susceptibility to scapegoating, the dangers of prejudice, and dehumanization. As others have mentioned, we're seeing a disturbing uptick in anti-Semitism, both nationally and locally. As Rachel mentioned, one horrific recently publicized local incident included a high school marquee defaced with the words, "Jews not welcome." We also hear about classroom anti-Semitic incidents timed directly to the teaching of units of the Holocaust. These incidents include students mimicking hateful Nazi words and symbols, laughing at images of emaciated concentration camp inmates, and sending Jewish peers harassing texts asking if their grandparents were gassed in the ovens, or even worse, suggesting that they should have a similar fate. I deal daily with anti-Semitic incidents that are unpublicized. Just in the last 2 months, we have responded to 2 separate anti-Semitic bullying incidents among children as young as 5th grade. Both incidents involved Nazi symbols and words that left parents and students fearing for their safety. The educators with whom we work are overwhelmingly well-intentioned, but many of them are at a loss for how to manage these serious incidents. Enhanced teacher training is essential to empower educators to respond appropriately and perhaps even prevent them from happening. For these reasons, we ask for a favorable vote on HB 638. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lindsay Vance. Oh, Ms. Vance, you're on mute.
Thank you. Oops, can you see me now?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Lindsay Van Stewart. For the past 6 years, I have worked at Wooten High School in Montgomery County, where I have served as an English teacher and as sponsor for the Black student and Hispanic Latinx student unions. In my current role as a restorative justice coordinator, I help ensure students have equitable, inclusive, and affirming experiences that promote academic excellence and celebrate the rich diversity of our student body. I am testifying in support of House Bill 638, which will provide critical funding for professional development and materials to assist teachers with Holocaust education in public schools. One of my most positive professional experiences has been teaching Night by Elie Wiesel for the past 5 years in my 10th grade English classes. While all of my students have learned about the Holocaust in their U.S. history classes, many of my students have shared that they did not know about the human cost of the Holocaust until studying this book. As part of the unit that includes Night, I have partnered with the JCRC to offer students a student-to-student presentation series where they learn about Jewish life from other teens to break down stereotypes and foster an increased understanding of the Jewish faith and culture. In order to address the complexity of this topic, I have also sought out additional resources and attended workshops hosted by the ADL, as well as the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. I recognize that teaching this unit requires a heightened level of preparedness and sensitivity befitting its significance. Additionally, I have received training through MCPS as an RJ coach and study circles facilitator that has helped prepare me to use an inquiry-based approach to learning about the Holocaust. In my classroom, students were given the opportunity to formulate their own ideas and share new insights about the Holocaust in a safe and respectful environment. I will close by saying this is not a responsibility that I take lightly, and I am in support of this bill because I think it is important for teachers to receive the professional development and resources necessary to adequately address this issue.
Thank you. Next, Adam Raskin.
Can you see me?
Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson Atterbury, Vice Chair Wilkins, and distinguished members of the Ways and Means Committee. It is an honor to testify before you this afternoon. I am the rabbi of a large synagogue in Montgomery County, and the overwhelming majority of my kids from my congregation attend area public schools. And it has become an almost weekly occurrence that I hear about another anti-Semitic slur, an act of anti-Jewish vandalism, or an attempt to make Jewish kids feel unsafe or unwelcome in their public schools. Even kids as young as elementary school have shared with me that they are terrified by these anti-Semitic incidents. I've attended 2 walkouts at area high schools where students have bravely spoken out about explicit, ongoing expressions of anti-Semitism, jokes and slurs about the Holocaust, about killing Jews in gas chambers, and the appearance of graffiti and hate symbols like the Nazi swastika on school property. Like most forms of intolerance, anti-Semitism is perpetuated by ignorance, and we've heard already about the widespread lack of basic knowledge of the Holocaust and Nazi genocide perpetrated against the Jewish people. It's no wonder that Holocaust slurs are bantered about so casually. But ignorance about the Holocaust must not be tolerated in the 21st century in the state of Maryland. This is a blight on an educational system that is known for its excellence in other areas. We cannot stand by while kids feel increasingly unsafe in their own neighborhood schools. In order to remedy the alarming rise of anti-Semitism in our public schools, teachers need more resources to incorporate meaningful Holocaust education into their curricula. And I urge you to provide a favorable report on House Bill 638 so that Maryland educators have the tools they need to combat hate and intolerance of all kinds in our schools. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, Jared Bandos.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you so much for hearing this bill. This is very important to professional development work that we're going to be talking about. My name is Jared Bandos. I teach chemistry and computer science at Baltimore School for the Arts in Baltimore City Public Schools. And I wanted to talk to you about how the Holocaust bears on a chemistry teacher. Because 6 years ago, before I had any professional development about teaching the Holocaust, I really wouldn't have made that connection myself. But it's our obligation not just to make students who can pass a test, but who are able to be literate citizens, informed citizens who can vote the issues appropriately, who can advocate appropriately for their society. And so what we do in my science classroom is we start with what I call science, technology, and society. And we start looking at the moral obligations of scientists. And part of that is looking at where scientists have failed their moral obligations. And there is no better case study than the Holocaust, which is identified by every single document as the worst genocide in history by the strict definitions, to look at the failings of the scientists who participated in the Holocaust and believed in eugenics at that time, to look at also the the creators, let's say, of Zyklone B, which was originally a pesticide, do those chemists have an obligation, a moral obligation to ensure that their discoveries won't be used for evil? We look at Lisa Meitner, who discovered the process of fission while she was fleeing the Nazis, and Niels Bohr, who waltzed into the King of Sweden and used his power and privilege as a scientist to guarantee safe passage for the Jews of Denmark. And when my school, I wouldn't have made these connections without professional development. I had free or very, very low cost professional development from the Jewish Museum of Maryland. And one of the things, and I'm going to conclude my remarks with this, one of the things that was said at one of our recent professional developments through the Jewish Museum of Maryland, the US HMM, the US Holocaust Memorial Museum, said, why are we on the National Mall? Because Congress said, this is what people need to see of what happens to a democracy when democracy fails. So that's the kind of professional development that we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And there's one more person signed up unfavorable, Vince McAvoy.
Thank you so much, Chair and Committee. I hope that you can hear me all right. I apologize for the background noise. I hope it's not too cumbersome. Can I get a thumbs up that we can be heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Don't usually have a vacuum cleaner in the background. I am against this bill. It seems to me a propagation of a religion at state expense. And I find it a stretch when I hear teachers who, not coincidentally, speak in terms of wokeness, saying that the Jewish perspective somehow typifies the human experience. I think that's a bit broad. They're a little over 2% of the population of America. But what we do know about the varying stories and facts that come from World War II, immediately before it, and thereafter, is that that population presentation was about the same in a lot of areas in Europe. There were gruesome horrors that they faced. It was a world war. We all had relatives who were in, I can speak for mine, who were in the military, who served the country, and who were in harm's way. We all lost relatives. There were, I think, even though 6 million is quoted, I find it interesting that a rabbi just testified. There is actually a rabbi that says it was less than 1. And so presenting this as fact, I think, is skewed. But more to the point, there were 35 million other people, non-Jewish, who were hurt in the concentration camps. So I find that going to school is fine, but I find this, and I know actually one of the people who is doing this, who is using this as a grift. There's nothing wrong with sending our children to school trips. They currently go, I know in Montgomery County, go to DC to the museum there. They come to Baltimore for our museums and synagogues. That's fine.
Thank you.
At state expense,
Can you wrap
that
up,
isn't.
please?
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it, Committee.
Thank you very much. And yes, the Vice Chair. You have a question, Madam Vice Chair?
Yes, Madam Chair, a rhetorical question, which is that I think that Mr. McAvoy's testimony really demonstrates the need for this bill and the education that is needed. So, thank you.
I'll send you that link, Vice Chair, so you'll have it. You can make of it what you
Okay,
will.
thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to reiterate to the committee and to everyone who testified, because it was mentioned that this is not a curricular bill, but is indirectly a curricular bill, and it would provide funding for education. And so what we have grappled with, and what many folks put in bills last year related to African American history, Asian American history, Native American history. So this committee is going to have to grapple with all of that when looking at, we have more bills coming, particularly on the issue of the Holocaust. So we're going to have to grapple with that this session. So thank you very much. And that concludes the testimony on House Bill 638. Delegate Stein, House Bill 603.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Pleasure to be before you today. For the record, Delegate Dana Stein. House Bill 603 deals with school health services programs for non-public schools. Now, one of the many things that we've learned during the COVID pandemic is the importance of healthcare professionals in schools. Nurses and other healthcare professionals worked overtime in helping make sure that our students were safe during COVID and trying to determine whether a student had the first signs of the virus or maybe had some other ailment. But many of our small non-public schools that provide education to low-income students are not able to afford a registered nurse or may only have a part-time professional a day or two a week. Many schools rely on non-professionals who can provide only minimal care, such as maybe taking a student's temperature, and if a student seems sick, calling up their parents to say, please, you're sick, your student is sick, you need to come pick them up. These individuals are not qualified to diagnose a student's health problem or health needs. So this bill, as amended, would allow eligible non-public schools to apply for up to $40 per student reimbursement from MSDE for the services of a certified nurse practitioner or a registered nurse, similar to services provided in public schools. This reimbursement would enable some non-public schools to at least afford a part-time professional to protect the health of their students. Under the bill, a non-public school would be eligible if the school can participate in the non-public schools textbook and technology grant program that's run by MSDE. Now, under the bill, if there was full participation of textbook eligible non-public schools, the cost would be $2.2 million. The dollar figure would be less if some schools chose not to have a nurse and so therefore didn't participate in the program. And the bill as amended does require that non-public schools that receive this reimbursement not discriminate in student admissions, retention, or expulsion against any student on the basis of race, color, national origin, sexual orientation, or gender identity or expression. So in closing, I want to emphasize that these are schools that primarily serve low-income students, and they have low tuition costs, below average tuition costs. And we may be over the worst of the COVID pandemic. Let's hope that we are. It seems that way, but we know it will be not the last major healthcare crisis that the state faces, and that certainly will affect our schools. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Ways and Means Committee. For the record, my name is Rabbi Ariel Sadwin, Executive Director of Agudath Israel of Maryland, representing 30 Jewish day schools across Maryland on behalf of Maryland CAPE, the state's non-public school coalition, representing over 1,000 non-public schools. I thank you for the opportunity to address you today in support of House Bill 603, which, as amended by the sponsors, whom I thank as well for their leadership on this issue, is a bill seeking reimbursement for the in-school nurse services and costs to the textbook schools, as was mentioned. The merits of such a bill are quite obvious. It, as members of society, ensuring the safety and well-being of our students and children, regardless of where they attend school, is of utmost importance. $40 allocation per pupil, $4 million total allocation in future budgets is definitely an allocation well spent for the health and safety of our children. Currently, there's a great need for school nurses, as was mentioned. In the Jewish day schools community, specifically of the 30 schools I mentioned, only 8 currently have full-time nurses. I'm sorry, 6 have full-time nurses, 2 additional schools have only part-time. They all expressed very clearly that this is an item of great need and something that they wish they could allocate funds for themselves. And hopefully with the passage of this bill, with your favorable support, they will be able to do so. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the House Ways and Means Committee, Delegate Stein, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in support of HB 603 today. For the record, my name is Ariel Frankston Morris. I'm representing Teach Maryland, an organization working on behalf of Jewish day schools and communities in Maryland. Delegate Stein and Rabbi Sadwin have explained many of the foundational principles behind this bill. I will add just a few more pieces. Fewer than 50% of non-public schools have a full-time nurse on site. That means that in so many of our schools, a teacher or a receptionist might be responsible for assessing injuries, dispensing medication, and being the first responder to an in-school incident. The COVID pandemic, like Delegate Stein said, revealed that these faculty might also be making the call on communicable diseases and symptoms. COVID really highlighted the major role schools play in our public health infrastructure. Since 1991, Maryland has required local health departments to provide health services in all public schools. Last year, MSDE supported a non-public school nurse program as presented in the governor's budget. It was slated to be covered by federal COVID relief funds, but the federal guidelines tied to the COVID aid prohibited this usage for these funds, and the program went unfunded. This is hopefully the year to help schools stay healthy. Under HB 603, non-public schools will receive a reimbursement for nurse salaries up to $40 per child, and like Delegate Stein and Rabbi Sadwin explained, this would be for schools eligible for the textbook program, which means 424 schools or 57,000 students could benefit if interested in participating. The program would not necessarily place a full-time nurse in every school, but it would be a great way to make our schools safer with part-time nurses or more hours. This program would safeguard the health of children and serve public health goals. For these reasons, I respectfully ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, any questions for this panel? Delegate Patterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate Stein, for bringing this proposal bill to us. I have a question of the last advocate. You indicated, I believe, that federal funds were offered, but were sought, but they were prohibited from being utilized. Can you elaborate more on that, please?
Correct. So it was determined that it was a $2.5 million program that was proposed, and there was lots of support for it, and it was explained that it should be covered by, I believe it was going to be the EANS funding. We all did lots of research and communication with the U.S. Department of Education and how those EANS funds could be used, and it just was not an allowable expense based on the tight guidelines for those funds.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
There's one individual signed up unfavorable, Laura Bogley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Laura Bogley, Executive Director of Maryland Right to Life. On behalf of the Board of Directors and members across the state, we oppose this bill and ask for your unfavorable report. This bill would further undermine parental rights to make medical decisions for their children and subject minor school children to sexual grooming and abortion coercion at the hands of adults. In its current form, the bill offers a financial inducement to private schools. You heard all about the carrot, to allow the state to impose its school health standards defined by the Maryland Department of Health and the Maryland Department of Education in cooperation with questionable third-party groups who stand to gain financially from unplanned pregnancies, like Planned Parenthood, Advocates for Youth, and Healthy Teen Network. Together, they have established the Maryland Comprehensive Health Education Framework, which you heard about last week, the Maryland Standards for School-Based Health Centers. And when you offer schools this inducement, the carrot, I hope that you will explain to them that the stick is that the state standards required school clinics to perform reproductive health services, including filling prescriptions for birth control, implanting long-acting reproductive control devices, providing comprehensive reproductive health education and pregnancy options counseling, and providing referrals to additional off-site reproductive health care services without parental knowledge or consent. The state is attempting to further reduce standards to implement telehealth in school-based health centers, increasing the risk that girls will be exposed to the dangers of chemical abortion pills. The bill removes the religious exemption and conscience clause protections contained in the regional text last year. By accepting this inducement, private schools will become subject to state and federal anti-discrimination laws from which they otherwise may be exempted as religious organizations. This is not a fair trade-off. Finally, the lack of parental notifications puts children at greater risk of undiagnosed and untreated medical complications and enables predatory providers to evade liability for failure to report child abuse, sexual assault, and sex trafficking. The influence of the abortion industry in developing school policy and curriculum has degraded the role of parents in their children's health care decision, and we urge your unfavorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. And that concludes the testimony on House Bill 603. Calling our final bill of the day, we have 19 witnesses. House Bill 628 and Delegate Resnick. Oh, there you are. You can come on up. I have for your panel, but you can bring up who you like. I have Laura Hale, Mary Klatko, John Willems, and Sam Zwirling.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of Ways and Means. I know this is the last bill of the day, and it's a hefty one, so I apologize for keeping you all, but it's an important one, so hopefully we can take the time and work our way through it. House Bill 628 does a very simple thing. It provides breakfast and lunch to every student in this state at a public school or participating non-public schools in the way that we've seen it over the last 2 years during COVID. Over the last 2 years, the federal government paid for every child in this country to receive breakfast, lunch, and even occasionally dinner throughout the course of the pandemic. Now that we have ended emergency responses, this program has ended, and we are back to a mix of some kids having free meals, some kids having reduced cost meals, while others don't. We know that increasing access to free school meals works, and it makes a difference in their lives. We have several witnesses signed up today to talk about exactly the difference that it made for them and their families. The simple fact is, kids can't learn if they're hungry. They have a hard time focusing and remembering, and are more likely to act out. The burden of knowing when and where their next meal is coming from extends through the whole family and has far-reaching consequences. Research at Johns Hopkins noted that free school meals for all during the pandemic was a key protective factor in making sure Maryland families did not drop deeper into food insecurity. Food insecurity is a marker for poverty levels as food becomes a trade-off for other expenses that need to be paid: housing, utilities, car payments, etc. With universal school meals, Maryland families already living in poverty during the pandemic didn't drop deeper, and middle-class families on the precipice didn't fall into poverty. Research out of NIH has noted that when schools offer healthy meals for all, they found positive associations with dietary quality, food security, and academic performance. Research from the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai has also noted that school meals are often the healthiest meals that children will receive during the day. 1 in 8 children in Maryland face hunger, and nearly 200,000 Maryland children are considered food insecure. In line with Governor Moore's stated goal of lifting Maryland families out of poverty, providing 2 healthy meals a day for every child in this state will help immensely. Families who participated in school meal programs pre- and early pandemic had an 80% reduction in food insecurity risk. Under this bill, we continue to maximize federal funding prior to any state dollars being expended. It is our intention that the state would pay the rate set by the Department of Agriculture for breakfast and lunch, school reimbursement, and no more. Community Eligibility Provision Schools, CEP program schools, are handled differently in the reimbursement, and because of that, the way the school functions, we have to maintain those programs in place. So every school that's listed under CEP and every district that receives CEP funding will remain that way. We will not have to change it. We will continue to get those federal monies. Schools will still need to collect all the necessary forms and documentation to maintain the FARMS program, the CEP program, Title I eligibility, etc. And this legislation was drafted in such a way as to not affect or increase any financial costs associated with the blueprint for Maryland's future. States like Maine, Colorado, California, Massachusetts, Vermont, they're all already doing this. When the federal government dropped their nationwide program, those states already stepped up. And 22 other states, like Maryland, has legislation before it as we speak to continue this program independently. Let us join them. Let us make sure that the money that we are investing in the blueprint does not go to waste because students aren't learning. Let us make sure that Governor Moore's stated goal of lifting every child out of poverty does not go to waste by making sure that every child gets to eat twice a day before they get to go home. When I was in school, as many of you know, I'm a Soviet refugee. My parents came to this country with me when I was a very young child. I was a farms kid. For my parents, it was embarrassing. To them personally, they were embarrassed by it. And they dropped me from the farms program and found the money within our household budget to be able for me to be able to pay for school, for food at school. There are children in this state that every day have to be reminded that they are poor because they present a card. And earlier today, I met a student who talked about how if there's not enough money on the card, a bell goes off or a buzzer goes off, right? Let's end that. Let's end the hunger that students who are just above the poverty line and don't get farms, let's end their hunger too. That poverty line is $36,000 a year for a family of 4. Think of all the students that fall above that poverty line here in the state of Maryland. There are a million reasons why we need to provide meals to every child in this state, regardless of their economic situation or their county or their zip code. Let's make sure that our kids eat so that they can learn and go on to be prosperous Marylanders. Thank you. And I'm available for questions after the panel and urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Laura Hale. I'm the Director of Government Relations with the American Heart Association. And thank you, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. The Heart Association strongly supports this legislation because we truly see that getting kids started off on the right foot with a healthy breakfast and a healthy lunch makes a huge difference for our kids and our families in this state. Families are struggling right now. You look at the price of eggs, it's really hard to think about how our numbers are going to hit at the end of the month. And this legislation makes sure that our kids will get the food that they need so desperately to do well in school. We wouldn't think twice about paying for a bus for our kids to get to school or making sure that they had textbooks so they could learn. Why then do we not cover their breakfast and lunch? We know that's so essential for them to be able to learn in school. This legislation we know makes a difference, and we strongly urge a favorable report for this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Klatko. I am the legislative chairperson for the Maryland School Nutrition Association. We're the people who feed the kids in school. I'm here today to express our strong support for House Bill 628. The purpose being, of course, to serve nutritious school breakfast and lunch to all students in all schools in Maryland under the USDA meal pattern requirements, which are attached to my testimony, my written testimony, because a hungry child can't learn. They lose concentration, and sadly, many cannot afford to buy a meal or bring a sandwich from home even. Current research has found that universal free meals are associated with increased participation and attendance, as well as improved diet quality. Schools show students that they are all equal in education by providing things like transportation and books and iPads, but most noticeably missing to many of them is the benefit of food. We categorize them as paid free or reduced price instead of for their grades or their accomplishments. Many parents do not complete the application for free or reduced price meals in Maryland, and Maryland is currently accumulating tremendous debt. We are $1.7 million short in the food service program up until January of this school year. Where is that money to come from, we ask? The school food nutrition service programs, with a few exceptions, are enterprise fund, meaning we are not part of the general operating budget fund in the state of Maryland. We have to come up with that money somewhere, or the school district has to delete something else from their already planned budget to pay the bills to the produce companies, etc. The National Conference of State Legislatures reported in the summer that last year in 17 states had already considered or passed legislation, as the delegate has said. This bill is the answer to the nutritional needs of students, support for the educational process, relief of some financial burden for families, and it will eliminate meal debt. Maryland's been a national leader in combating childhood hunger, and I do want to compliment you for your demonstration and commitment to students' health in the past decades with MMFA and also eliminating reduced price
Thank you, ma'am.
copays.
Thank you. Who's next? You two on the ends, you might want to flip-flop unless you're good with the mic.
Sure.
Okay.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Samantha Zwirling here on behalf of MSEA, representing 75,000 educators. We are late in the day, so I will just be brief, is to say that MSEA is a strong proponent of universal meals for our students. As the sponsor said, hungry students can't learn. Many of our educators are the ones who have to face these students when they are not able to have lunch or have breakfast, keeping a pantry from their own money of snacks for their students. And so this is something that we think would enhance the work that we've already done around the blueprint. We've done a lot of work to figure out how to help kids learn better, and feeding them should be part of that. As we've talked about in this committee before, we've recently identified that over 50% of our students are eligible for free and reduced price meals. That is a staggering number, and we should do all we can to feed all students in Maryland. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, John Willems, representing the Maryland Association of Boards of Education, here today to testify in strong support of a very meaningful bill, a bill that represents a paradigm shift. As has been described, we don't make textbooks available for free to students based on household income, and then it's slightly more than free for students with slightly higher household incomes, and then have students pay some type of full freight for textbooks based on a higher family income. We don't do anything in public education that way, and we can have a conversation later at some point about pre-K expansion and its tiered model. But to return to the feeding of our students, the paradigm shift has actually already occurred, and we're in this kind of sci-fi situation of going back to 3 or 4 years ago, a system that we knew wasn't working at the time. We saw what universal feeding, universal school breakfast and lunches and snacks and dinners provided to families. We know the value. The fiscal note reflects that there is cost in providing a valued service. And we really urge serious consideration of taking this step, taking this leap into the future, but also based on experience in the very immediate past, that students and families will benefit greatly. And many of us with public school backgrounds have experienced the lunch line, and you know, it's kind of like being in the grocery store behind somebody who's also embarrassed and stigmatized by the process they have to go through to buy their groceries. Putting students through that is unacceptable, and this bill would solve that problem going forward. We have found, I think, better ways of counting household poverty, identifying the need through the Medicaid data, and some of us got sticker shock at seeing those numbers. 110,000 more students eligible for free and reduced price meals and compensatory education at a significant cost to the state budget this year. These are real families, real needs, real dollars need to be invested. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, any questions for this panel? Delegate Hornberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Because there's a lot of percentages and I'm reading the fiscal note here and it's all over the place. So if you could just explain to me, I'm a hungry child and I come to school and I want something to eat. If this bill passes, what happens?
You get fed.
Okay. So there's no check or verification?
No, at the end of the day, there will, and Mary can talk to some of the work that they did during the pandemic, but the data that needs to be collected will be collected at the beginning of the year, and they'll be able to track from there the nuances. But at the end of the day, children will get fed.
So if I'm from a wealthy family and I just forgot my lunch, I could still get a free meal,
Yes.
is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
All right, and then the fiscal note floats a number out there of around $180 million per year.
That's out year. The initial fiscal note is 90 million. And yes, it costs money.
Sure.
And we recognize that this is a heavy expense. But considering how much we have invested in the blueprint, and considering how much we have invested in capital school construction, we're talking about billions and billions of dollars. If we want to maximize the benefit of that investment, we got to make sure those kids eat. And so we have to figure out a way that they get fed.
Yeah, so my follow-on question is, it sounds to me from the testimony that this problem was identified before COVID. It was identified during COVID, but somehow it didn't make it into the blueprint. Could you speak to that?
You know, I cannot speak to that because, with all due respect, this is the committee that primarily handled the blueprint. There's probably a lot of
maybe
things.
one of your panel persons could.
I mean, there's a lot of things that didn't make it into the blueprint, and that's fair. And there's things that we will be discussing that we may not have even thought about when we were talking about the blueprint. But right now, what we are talking about is making sure kids get fed. And you know, this is an additional cost, and we're not denying that. But we have to figure out a way to make it happen.
Okay, Mr. Williams, did you want to?
Delegate, if I could, I've reminded this committee before. Mark Tucker with the National Center on Education and the Economy, NCEE, pointed out in his opening briefings to the Kerwin Commission and on the blueprint that there is no other first world country that allows essentially women and children to live in poverty. So we are, you know, unique in that regard in the United States. And so there were issues to address equitable health and other social services to families that were not addressed by the Kerwin Commission or in the blueprint. And so it was kind of an admitted exclusion or outside the scope of issue that's very, very clearly confronted by the Kerwin Commission, you know, in its report. And this is certainly a facet of the gaps that exist.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Delegate Griffith.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question. So I grew up in poverty. I was on free meals, went into foster care, stayed on free meals, and so this is something that a lot of kids need, right? And this is an important program. I just want somebody to explain to me, why does the family that makes $500,000 a year and is given everything that kid can want deserve this at what will ultimately probably be at the expense of the kid that really needs it? Because this will ultimately find a way to water down this program if we're giving it to everybody. So somebody explain me why the richest kid in the school gets the same privilege of need that the poorest kid in school requires.
Sure, I appreciate the question, and I will tell you this has been the #1 question that people ask me when I talk about sponsoring this bill. There are a lot of kids in the school system that for one reason or another either don't qualify for the existing programs or may have to in the middle of the year qualify. There are a number of kids who don't apply for free and reduced meals for a variety of reasons. Some of those reasons might be fear of because of immigration status or because their family lost their job in the middle of the year. During the pandemic, we all saw it. We all saw lines of people, their cars parked up, ready, getting free food. And I remember driving by, and many times I volunteered to help distribute free food during the pandemic. The cars pulling up, they were Mercedes, they were BMWs, they were expensive vehicles. We have to ask ourselves 2 questions. The first question is, why should we ask what a particular child's individual situation is? As Mr. Willem said, we don't do it with textbooks. We don't do it with school buses. Kid goes to public school. Kid gets these things because they're going to public school. That Family paying $500,000 a year, they're taxpayers. They're paying for this. They walk into a school, we want to make sure they get fed. They don't have to. You can still bring your own lunch, right? But if you forgot that morning, even if that kid makes $500,000, his parents make $500,000 a year, they forgot that morning, they ran out of the house, they were busy, they forgot to pack their lunch, they're hungry. They still need to focus. So let's just feed our kids.
Well, again, I think there's lots of opportunities to reform some of the issues you talked about. We can work on certainly the application process, maybe some protections for people with certain immigration statuses that they can't get in trouble for applying for this. But I'm for hand-ups. I'm certainly not for handouts for wealthy folks, and that's my concern with the bill, so thank you.
Delegate Palakovich-Carr.
Chair. Thank you, Delegate Resnick, for bringing this bill. I'm very supportive. I just want to get some clarification of actually part of the fiscal note. The bottom of page 4 speaks to that it may not be reasonable to assume that all paid eligible students will opt for meals provided for free, that there would only be some increase in participation. To me, that seems to be getting at that perhaps some students would still be opting to pay. Is that the intention with the bill, or I'm guessing this is probably a mistake in the fiscal note?
Yeah, sure. This would certainly no child would be expected to pay out of this. That would be a mistake in the language. It was an option to if they want to bring their own lunch. They certainly don't have to participate if they want to bring their own lunch. That's certainly fine. There's also a line in the fiscal note around that we don't expect every student will choose to. And there's some language around that on how the numbers were figured out.
Delegate Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for bringing this crucial bill to us. I'm compelled to just indicate that in my community, we have what's called a backpack program with my church. I think it's horrible. Every time I cringe when I look at the contents of the food. However, it's canned goods and crackers and things like that. Totally unhealthy. But for me, what you're attempting to do is to really put a spotlight on all children and the fact that there are so many students who are hungry but yet have a reluctance to apply because of the stigma that's attached to it. And there is a stigma. And so this bill is really getting to the crust of how we can level the playing field so that students are not singled out. And I would even encourage you to certainly look at those who are in community colleges who are hungry, who also have the same kinds of needs of food insecurity. So I guess it was a question, but I just want to reiterate that it is critically needed.
Delegate Patterson, thank you, and I agree with you as far as the community colleges. When I was a kid, my father and I used to watch a Jackie Gleason movie called The Sting 2 over and over and over again. And there's a line in that movie where Jackie Gleason says, "One problem at a time." So I'm dealing with this problem right now. Let's do this, and then we can move on to others.
Okay, any more questions from the committee for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you all. I'll call up the next 5 individuals. Ola Watson, Olatahu, Susan Gross, Jamie Brown, Julia Gross, and Eric Galley. Delegate, I missed your question. Okay, thank you. I apologize. Alistair tried to catch me, but I was too late. Oh, there's room for one more. Mr. Flowers, you want to come up? And then my suggestion for the people on the end, once the person closest to the mic testifies, just flip-flop, so then you don't have to strain yourself for the mic. But whoever wants to go first, go right ahead.
I'll go first. Good afternoon, Chair Atterbury and members of the House Ways and Means Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 628. My name is Dr. Oluwatosin Olateju, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Public Health Association, where I serve as the co-chair for the Advocacy Committee. This bill will require the schools participating in the Federal School Breakfast Program and National School Lunch Program offer a meal to each student at no cost to the student. The school environment plays a vital role in children's diets and overall health, and policies for universal free school meals can contribute to positive child health outcomes. Fortunately, a large body of research assessing universal school free meals found positive associations with diet quality, food security, and academic performance for low-income and food-insecure households. I'm going to take a pause here and just say, I know there's a lot of conversations going around as to why rich families making over, above the income threshold should have their children benefit in this. My argument is, if the food is good for the rich kid, then it should be good for the kid from low and middle income households. In Maryland, nearly 600,000 people are facing hunger, and of them, about 168,000 are children. Sadly, the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the food insecurity in Maryland, making it difficult for charitable programs to fully support those facing hunger. Therefore, government assistance programs that promote free school meals must be established and sustained to help bridge the meal gap. Thank you for your consideration, and we heard a favorable report for House Bill 628.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Julia Gross, and I'm here on behalf of Maryland Hunger Solutions to offer our support for this bill for all of the reasons that have been stated already and all of the reasons that we will hear from the rest of our panelists. One of the first calls that I received as an anti-hunger advocate was from a single mother whose daughter, her 6-year-old daughter, had been going through the lunch line at school for an entire month, having her meal taken away from her, tossed out, and replaced with a cold cheese sandwich. And her question was simply, how can we make sure this doesn't happen ever again? And while our wonderful school meal professionals have been working day in and day out to make sure it doesn't happen again, we know that unfortunately school meal debt and the stigma around these programs are never going to end when we continue using the tiered payment system that we are currently using. And this is a system that we have known for years allows children to fall through the cracks. It's a burden that is placed on the families that are struggling to make ends meet, but it's also a burden that's placed on the school systems and the school nutrition programs that are often running on razor-thin margins. This bill helps lift those burdens, both of those burdens. It's an investment in our children, and it's an investment in our education system and the school nutrition programs that so many of our families and communities rely on. So I'll end by just saying that hungry kids can't wait another year for this bill to pass and come back around, which is why Maryland Hunger Solutions respectfully urges a favorable report. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and the Committee of Ways and Means House Committee. Thank you so much for hearing me today. My name is Dr. Susan Gross. I'm a nutritionist and associate scientist at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, and I strongly support House Bill 628. I want to say that in addition to my job as a faculty member, I am a nutritionist with the Johns Hopkins WIC program, and I see families every week. But I want to talk to you about my research. That since 2015, I've been evaluating the impact of CEP in Maryland schools. My research has included speaking with school administrators, parents, and students in Maryland about issues related to food insecurity. One of the consistent findings of my research was that families of students who could not pay for school meals and did not qualify for free meals often had trouble coming up with the money for the school-provided meals on a regular basis. Maryland students in non-CEP districts complained of experiencing shaming in the cafeteria when they could not afford to pay for school meals. Additionally, children and adolescents feared the stigma of being identified by peers as poor or needy, and often led to them skipping meals. And skipping meals has been associated with poor academic performance and increased risk of behavioral issues. In fact, hungry kids are more likely to have aggressive behaviors. It's a function of physiology. It is part of our fight or flight mechanism. So when we are low on calories, we are more likely to either fight aggressively or to flight. So they might just draw into themselves and they may not be able to focus. After the adoption of CEP in Baltimore City public schools, students participating in that school were nearly 3 times less likely to be food insecure compared to students attending CEP eligible schools but not participating. And that's after adjusting for race, ethnicity, education level, and parent caregiver education status.
Ma'am, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up your testimony.
Okay. I hope for a favorable report, but I must say that my opinions expressed here are based on my own and do not necessarily reflect the views of the Johns Hopkins University. Thank you for the opportunity to express my thoughts.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Ways and Means Committee. My name is Mike Embley. I'm the Supervisor of Food and Nutrition for Washington County Public Schools. I've been in child nutrition for 23 years. In my early days, we were part of the cheese sandwich, the embarrassment that we had as operators, as cafeteria workers, to have to do that in order to collect that money from those students. Recently, I was meeting with a group of high school students at South Hagerstown High School because of our declining participation. We've been monitoring numbers since COVID and prior to that, and we've been declining participation. So we were having some great discussions around lines, the lunch lines that are long, or menu changes that they would like to see, marketing, and so on and so forth. One student raised their hand and said, I can tell you why some of the kids aren't eating, because they don't have money. Meals are no longer free. Why is that? So we had a great discussion around that, and I asked them for some of their comments if meals were to be free. I told them about some of this legislation. Here's what they had to say. One student said, I've had to skip lunch on days my parents simply did not have enough money, and I'm not the only one. The shame and embarrassment that a child feels when they cannot join their friends for a meal is something no one should feel. Another student said, schools only see what's on the outside. They don't see the struggles that happen inside the home. They don't see parents struggling to pay rent. They don't see kids struggling to have to go to bed hungry because they can't afford to buy food at home. That simply should not happen. That's why school lunch and breakfast should be provided to all students. That's one less thing that those parents have to worry about, and those kids don't have to go to bed hungry. I can tell you, committee members, I've had a lot of difficult conversations over the years. Those parents that get denied for free and reduced meals, and why that is. We have no power to change those income guidelines. And as mentioned earlier, a family of 3 that has a gross income, prior to taxes, of $42,607 does not qualify for the program. Think about those numbers. Not to mention the administrative burdens. We've become collection agents. The last thing I'd like to say is we feed our prisoners 3 meals a day, 3 square meals a day. I would urge you to do the same for our children.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Willie Flowers, President of the NAACP Maryland State Conference. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. This bill comes at a time, first of all, the time has come for the bill. It should have happened a long time ago. If you know anything about the history of the civil rights movement, the first advocacy, or legislative advocacy, was toward public schools. What I didn't know, because I didn't grow up in segregated schools, that one of the #1 jobs, as the Madam Chair would know about the name Silas Craft in Howard County, one of the #1 jobs he had as the principal of Harriet Tubman High School was the food program. Like, he spent half of his day preparing for the food because it was necessary for children to have nourishment. Now, the significance of that is that when the schools desegregated, the funding was balanced. And in urban areas like Baltimore City, we celebrate the life of Eddie Conway this week because he was a member of the Black Panther Party that created the school lunch breakfast program for young people. And that program was co-opted by the federal government and created funding for the free lunch program that we know about now. The significance of that is that every time that equity was added to food, the food improved. Now, after hearing this conversation today, with compliments to the former delegate who mentioned the $500,000 family, the value of this bill, because the food wasn't always good, and I don't know the quality of the food now, but the value of the bill today is when all the middle-class families that we have join free and reduced meal families, the value of it is that the food would improve. And that would add equity, not just to the access part, but the quality of the food, and that would make the food lunch program even better for everyone involved. So we encourage a favorable report on the bill.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you all very much. Next, Allison Wade, Anika Arjuman, Alan Lenez, and Laura Stewart.
Okay, guess I'll begin. My name is Laura Stewart, and I am here representing Free State PTA, which represents over 50,000 volunteer members and families in over 500 public schools. House Bill 628 aligns with Free State PTA's legislative agenda by ensuring children receive nutritional support they need with compassion and dignity, regardless of the ability to pay for school meals. National PTA also supports federal and state funding programs that implement universal free meals for all students, regardless of income levels. This legislation is an essential investment for the health and academic success of Maryland students. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused the perfect storm for food insecurity. Families are less financially secure, and inflation has made food harder to keep on the table and in lunch boxes. Keeping a child's lunch account up to date can be a struggle. There have been reports of children skipping meals because they have a lunch debt. In fact, I testified about that in front of our State Board of Education, local Board of Education. These lunch debts reflect a failure in our system. The child should not have to go hungry because of this failure. Teachers also often attempt to fill the gap by providing snacks to hungry children. Why are teachers feeding children's stomachs when they should be feeding their minds? By providing school meals at no cost to all students, Maryland would be supporting equity in the classroom and making sure every child has the nutrition they need in order to excel. When a parent drops off their kid at school and waves goodbye to them from the doorstep, they should be confident that their child will be taken care of, body, mind, and soul, until they come home. Therefore, the Free State PTA urges a favorable report on HB 628. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Atterbury, Vice Chair Wilkins, and members of the committee. My name is Anika Arjumand, and I'm a junior at Gaithersburg High School. I'm pleased to join you all today to testify in favor of House Bill 628. During the devastating pandemic, Maryland Public Schools took several measures to help families suffering from the drastic increase in food cost. Breakfast and lunch in all public schools became free of cost, eliminating the stress and worry of parents who are financially struggling, such as mine. However, as soon as the pandemic began to subside, the gift of free breakfast and lunch was quickly taken away from the students. It's quite alarming and upsetting to observe that a crisis that has been long overlooked by the legislators is only paid attention to once it truly kills. Crisis so dangerous that it infects 1 in 8 children every day. Crisis so deeply rooted in our community that over 30 million students depend on a cure provided through school meals. Crisis we merely know as hunger is one of the leading causes of death amongst children universally. As a student in a Montgomery County public school who was qualified for the benefits of the free and reduced meals, I recognize that no student should have to limit their potential in an educational environment due to a mere lack of a nutritious breakfast or lunch. In Maryland, Hispanic and Black families are 4 times more likely to suffer from hunger than white families. Recently, a news article revealed that Gaithersburg, Germantown, Rockville, and Silver Spring are one of the top 10 most ethnically diverse cities nationwide. Ultimately, this means that these areas are also the most vulnerable to food insecurity. Although it's a great ask, I urge you all to vote in support of Bill HB 628, because what better of an investment of $90 million than to nourish our future generation? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Allison Wade. I am a student with the Public Health Law Clinic at the University of Maryland School of Law. I'm going to discuss 2 topics today. First, how this bill will expand on current state and federal school breakfast and lunch programs. And second, how this bill would align Maryland with other states. First, under current Maryland law, all public schools are required to administer free school breakfast and lunch programs. Nonprofit private schools can also opt to participate. Participating schools are required to provide free lunches and breakfasts both to students eligible for free meals and to those students eligible for reduced price meals under the federal school breakfast and national school lunch programs. HB 628 would require participating schools to provide free breakfast and lunch to all students regardless of their eligibility status. The bill ensures that the state would cover to the cost only to the extent that the federal government does not already reimburse the schools. Second, by adopting this bill, Maryland can join a number of other states that have already extended universal school meal lunch policies. California, Colorado, and Maine have already adopted such laws, and the Minnesota House has just passed a universal school meal bill a few weeks ago. Nevada, Vermont, and Massachusetts have also extended universal school meals for the 2022 to 23 school year, seemingly with the intent to try to determine how this can become permanent. Maryland should join these states in recognizing the importance of feeding as many of our students as possible. This bill would feed nearly an additional 500,000 students in the state, and the benefits would span across every county. Just to give a few examples, in Cecil County Public Schools, this would serve 9,000 students. In Baltimore County, it would serve 50,000 students. And in Frederick County, it would serve 33 additional students. I encourage anyone interested to reach out for data specific to your county. Thank you for your time. I urge a favorable report.
Thank you. Committee, are there any questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. I'm just going to make sure Alan Lenitz. Okay, I think that was everyone. Everyone else, okay, ma'am, come up and say your name. I thought everyone else I had was virtual, but go ahead and say your name.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did sign up. I'm not quite sure why we weren't on the list. Anyway, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Vicki Allman, and I'm a volunteer for the Student Support Network in Baltimore County. I work with many volunteers and school staff assisting students in need at Owings Mills High School and Owings Mills Elementary School in Baltimore County. We're here today to advocate for House Bill 628 to provide universal free meals for all children in Maryland public schools. Food security, the chronic lack of access to nutritious food, is a huge problem statewide. I want to let you know firsthand what hunger looks like, and as a volunteer, I've seen it. The face of a hungry child is unforgettable. Their eyes and their actions tell their story. When you're hungry, not much else matters. There's anxiety, anger, embarrassment, and shame, and fear in those faces. Perhaps if they had one meal, they wouldn't bully another child. Perhaps if they had one meal, they'd pay more attention to the teacher. Years ago, before the pandemic and before food insecurity had a title, I met a cafeteria worker in one of our elementary schools who was giving her hard-earned money to feed hungry kids every day. So many children pretend that they're not hungry to avoid the embarrassment and shame that they feel. The cafeteria worker saw these children every day not eating. Word got out, and some parents started giving money to help feed these children. Unfortunately, this was against school policy. The cafeteria worker and the parents were reprimanded and made to stop. This situation haunted me and prompted me to get involved, and I did, with the Student Support Network. And today we are in 20 Baltimore County schools feeding hungry kids. The statistics are overwhelming. Please end lack of food shaming for children once and for all. Hungry children cannot learn. Their priority is food. When you consider the bill, please consider this. Poverty is a very complicated issue, but feeding a child isn't. Thank you.
Thank you. And we had you signed up as written only and not
Student
just.
Support Network, the three of us.
Yeah, it was just.
I apologize for that.
Okay, who would like to go next?
Good afternoon. My name is Hillary Crystal, and thank you for listening to my testimony today. After retiring from full-time nursing in 2020, I became a volunteer with the Student Support Network of Baltimore County. I began working with the weekly pandemic food distributions at Owings Mills High School. I saw the level of food insecurity in my own community up close as cars lined up hours prior to our start time to get food. Our neighbors were sometimes close to tears with gratitude as they received food. We had one student volunteer who was a senior at our school who volunteered most weeks with us. We came to understand that he usually came because his family needed the food, and he felt better about taking it if he helped out. At a September 2022 meeting with our school assistant principal, ESOL coordinator, and social worker, we were told that a number of students at Owings Mills High School were not eating lunch. Some were sharing food with a friend, some not eating at all. Why? Because many parents were not aware that the pandemic-free school meal program had ended and had not applied for free lunch. Some lacked access to the internet, which is the only way to access the application. Some had a language barrier. Some made too much money to qualify. Some kids were and are too embarrassed to take advantage of the free meal program. The Student Support Network has stepped in with emergency lunches for students for several weeks. However, this situation could be averted. We need to remove the stigma and embarrassment these students experience when requesting and receiving free meals. We need to provide all students with free meals. Our entire community benefits when our students are healthy, productive, and happy. This is a problem you have the responsibility and the power to solve. Let's not leave anybody behind. We all know it's the right thing to do.
My name is Michelle Douglas, and I'm a volunteer with Student Support Network in Baltimore County, specifically Owings Mills High School. I was also a substitute school nurse at many schools in the county. I'm here today to advocate for House Bill 628 to provide universal free meals for all children in Maryland public schools. In my role as both a school nurse and a mother, I have seen the effects hunger has on children. As the mother of a hangry child, I was able to recognize behaviors that were a direct link to being hungry. I had the food to give to my child. It's easy to judge a family, parents and children. They should spend their money on food, not what? Transportation, healthcare, rent, bills. Let's face it, we've all judged people, and really, we've got no idea what's going on in their lives. Many of our children in school get hangry. They are unable to behave themselves and keep control of their moods and emotions. They're unable to focus on schoolwork or listen to their teachers. We've all been in a situation where we're too hungry to think. There's a solution to preventing that in our schools: free school meals for all. Many children come to the school nurse complaining of issues directly related to hunger, particularly headaches and nausea. I would constantly ask what they'd had for breakfast or lunch, and nothing was a very frequent answer. I have no money on my card was another. I've walked children to the cafeteria and bought them food. How embarrassing must that be for them? Hungry children cannot learn. They struggle to behave. Hungry children cannot control their emotions. Can you when you're hungry? Please support HB 628 to end hunger in Maryland schools.
Madam Chair, thank you for your tolerance. We appreciate it.
Madam Chair, if I apologize that the testimony was uploaded to the account of my associate, so Alan Lentz. He texted me, he said, whoops, wrong name. So thank you for the opportunity to speak In support of House Bill 628, my name is Rabbi Ariel Sadwin. As I mentioned about an hour ago, I am the Executive Director of Agudath Israel of Maryland, representing 30 Jewish day schools, and I chair Maryland Cape, the state's non-public school coalition. I just wanted to say one thing, and that the non-public school community for whom I speak is supportive of this bill. We have many of our schools that are participants in the meal programs, the federal level, and we are strong advocates for this program in general, and specifically this legislation. We appreciate Delegate Resnick and leadership of the coalition for putting this forth, and we urge a favorable report.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, virtually, Thanya Yangarber. Whenever you're ready.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm Thania Yangarber, Executive Director of Healthy School Food Maryland. I'm testifying in support of HB 628 on behalf of the over 6,000 parents we represent across Maryland, and as a parent nutritionist and food policy advocate. I, like Delegate Resnick, immigrated to this country as a child and qualified for free hot meals at school, which, though not quite what I was used to eating at home, made me feel cared for and helped my family get on its feet while we built a new life here. School meal participation benefits students, schools, and the Maryland food system. Because of the care taken to draft this legislation, incorporating lessons learned from legislation passed in California, Colorado, and Maine, and efforts underway in over 20 other states, HB 628 emphasizes capturing maximum federal dollars and putting that money to good use across the state. Every meal served qualifies for some federal reimbursement, and an upfront investment in gathering accurate data about household income levels will ensure that all the federal meal and education benefits our children are entitled to continue to accrue to the state. Furthermore, there are many untapped opportunities for Maryland farmers and other local food businesses to become more engaged in the school meal programs. The pandemic has taught us that a resilient food system is one that is diversified and adaptable, but also primarily local. When COVID disrupted transportation networks, causing shortages across the food supply chain, and supermarkets were struggling to stock milk for the public, local dairies like Frederick's Dairy Made Dairy, in business since 1894, continue to supply milk for school children. Expanding participation in school meals programs translates to expanding business opportunities for Maryland's food producers. Providing school meals at no cost to any student who wants one in the state is a smart and effective investment in Maryland communities. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you. Next, Martin Mitchell. Okay, he is not here. So last, Kashina Cross. She's not here either. Okay, then that concludes the hearing on House Bill 628, and that concludes the bill hearing for the Ways and Means Committee today. Thank you, everyone. Wow.